All right.
Running your first 5K? Howard. His first day behind the wheel. Bumpy. Choosing a name for your first. Not easy. Progressive understands first times can be challenging. It's why we created the Help Payment Program. Down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. Because first times are easy with a little help. Learn more at progressive.com/SNTQ.
All right. Good morning.
AMD, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets. Tech companies have boosted their spending plans for AI to more than $700 billion for 2026, as we know, reinforcing the outlook by strategists at RBC Capital Markets. Head of U.S. equity strategy, Larry Thompson.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is a fine Wednesday morning, coming off of AMD earnings. Most chip stocks are benefiting from the conversation and comments from the company. Let's see, Bitcoin getting closer and closer to that 200-day. Okay, let me just adjust this. Defaults. Okay, it's off the highs right now. Bitcoin. Nice follow through. Let's see what else is going on. All right, so the top of the list, AMD, ARM, Qualcomm, ASML, Micron, Lam Research, Intel, Applied Materials, Clack, Marvell, almost entirely chips with a few interjections. Booking.com, Western Digital, Coca-Cola down there at about number 13. S&P 500, let's see what that looks like. Top of the list. Corning, GLW, all of those optical related stocks doing well. Corning, Supermicro is up. United Airlines, Uber, CCL. Did you guys see that? You see that United Airlines clipped the top of a semi flying into Newark on runway 29. 29 comes from the east and goes inward towards, I guess, what would that be over there? Well, it goes perpendicular to the main 22 north, 22 south. The long runways. It's about 300. It's about 3,000 feet short. Anyway, so they came in really low and they clipped the top. The wheels clipped the top of a semi truck. All right, so we got about 4 minutes to go, less than 4 minutes to go. Okay, all the New York Fangs are seeing profit taking at the moment. Let's see, what's Robinhood doing? Robinhood, that Robinhood almost hit. Looks like it hit 80, got close to it anyway. Faded a bit. If you're still in that iron condor, it's probably worthless now. So I want to think about taking some of that off. If you took ARM holdings yesterday, that was up a lot. ARM. All right, so TSSI you're talking about? Okay, let's look at TSSI. We've been in this for a couple of earnings seasons now. TSSI. All right, what do we got? We've got, what happened there? We're about to open. We got less than 2 minutes. What do you want, Missy? I already fed you. What do you want? God, you women are too much. You and your sister. Okay, ARM Holdings turning up. Okay, AMD. Okay, so AMD is way up here, pre-market. Holy shit. I mean, I was watching AMD last night, man. It just kept going. I was like, when is this thing going to stop? Did you catch the report, AMD? Must have been really good. Lisa Sue kicking buttocks, taking names. All right, 75% earnings growth. This is AMD, 75% earnings growth. They came in with 10.25 billion. Estimate was for 9.84, $1.37 in earnings. Estimate was $1.29. They beat by 8. Revenue growth 37%. Okay. We delivered an outstanding first quarter driven by accelerated demand for AI infrastructure. Man, if I keep hearing that. Supposedly, it's going to take 8 to 9 years. So the CAGR, compound annual growth rate for AI-related names, is like 34%. You're not always going to get the best entry. We try to, and occasionally, oh, they're behind. We're occasionally can get really good dip entries, but the main thing is you want to be thinking a lot of these AI names. Good morning. Okay, so let's see. What do we want to do here?
Hi, Tupolis plus 800.
ARM Holdings. Okay. Keep an eye on ARM. AMD number 1. AMD, ARM. Big gap up on ARM.
SMCI.
Okay, so whoever bought the ARM 270s, that 270 strike that we saw that big trade on, whoever bought that's probably pretty happy if you follow them. Palantir still dipping a little bit. ARM Holdings dipping a little bit. All right, so we got profit taking. Short-sided or short-term traders taking profits off. They're not looking at the long term. They're just looking at that overnight gap up. Palantir is off this morning. Palantir not working. IONQ. All right. IONQ is a quantum name that basically NVIDIA, Jensen Huang gave the approval to. So keep an eye on IONQ. This one's trying to break out. All right, took some profits. ARM from yesterday. Okay, ARM took some profits on that gap up. All right, Chevron, Robinhood, APA looks okay. Palantir still pulling back a bit. Micron pulling back. All right, so Micron ripped the bears to shreds yesterday. Okay, so IWM, big move on IWM. All right, I'm going to take the 285s off. We're in the money. All right, IWM, the 285s I bought. IWM. June 285 calls.
HMW may resume in less than a minute. GCTK. LITX.
Okay, give it a few minutes for the markets to settle down. This selling feels overdone. Futures off the highs. Okay, we're currently up 50 and change. 54. Okay, nice little bounce in the S&P. Let's look at hedge flows. Okay, no hurry. That's yesterday. Okay, so we got a big positive gamma node overhead. A lot of that's probably what they're doing. Probably taking profits, pushing things down. 73.45, big positive gamma node at 73.45. 0 day.
NBIL. BLC came in res in 10 seconds. MNKD. AHMA. RIOX. GCTK. RIOX. INNB. GCTK. OSS. POET. BRBR. FLYW. DGXX. NBTX. HUTG. HUTG. EBC. SMCZ. MASK. FRSH. FRSH. MNKD. DBA. HUT.
Okay, right at the open. 73.45.
OKLL. LITZ. BRBR. AHMA. HUTG. SKK. HUTG. WOLF. MNKD. SNDQ. DAMD. SNDQ.
FLEX.
some of these things.
ATOM.
My sense from
Okay,
everything
LL.
that 2026 earnings, I feel like by and large are probably okay. Maybe some risk in the fourth quarter when some of
AHMA.
these hedges and inventories and those sorts of
TGTX.
things roll off. But at some
SKK.
point, we might need to pull down 2027
SMCX.
expectations outside of the AI space. That's normal, by the way. We often
MNKD.
see forecasts start out way too high the year before.
MNKD.
But that is something that could cause some indigestion in markets. also.
SNDQ. SNDQ. FLEX.
I have this one
WOLF.
chart that I look at, and by the way, I'm kind of more of a value investor at heart, so this is all kind of a little bit painful for me, to be honest. But when I look at like the top 10 market cap names in the S&P 500, it's kind of proxy for like the Mag 7 plus a few others, and I look at the relative PE and the relative long-term earnings growth rate, and I look at them against the rest of the market. They're basically the same chart, right? They're the same line. The relative PE moves in line with the relative long-term earnings growth rate.
JOBY.
We have gotten to a point where
WS.
those look a little bit
JOBY.
out of each other, and so we
WS.
have argued that the market cap.
All right, AMD turning back up. Okay, these stocks are all over the place. I would just assume people are going to be taking profits in the morning. People that swung over the weekend, swinging for the fences for whatever reason. I believe there's going to be some opportunities here. Okay, let's go to non-zero day. Non-zero day. All right, you can see a little bit of support down here at 7,300. 7,300, 7,350. 7,340. 7340, 7350. Okay, so that's non-zero day. 0 day, we got this big level right here at 7350, 7345. Both of those are 99 percentile. Okay. Was that there at the open? I don't think so. Let me just go back to the open here. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it was there, I guess. It was there. All right, so they put that on. I don't know how they managed to do that pre-market. They might be a carryover from yesterday. Hmm.
HLXX may resume in less than a minute. ERNA may res in 10 seconds.
Okay, so the other thing to keep in mind, we have purple. The other thing is purple market should be pretty stable.
You may res in 10 seconds. ASTX. HLXX may res in 10 seconds. FFTI halted to the upside. AEHR. LITX. WOLF. NVTX. TGTX. NVTX. NVAX. PN. HNGE. ASTX. PN.
That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices.
ATOM.
Transparent, rules-based methodologies
DOET.
that are more responsive to changes in the market.
WOLF.
Powered by 450 million
LITX.
daily data points.
WOLF.
Research from
NVTX.
delivering
HUTG.
benchmarks driven by
NVTX.
not opinion.
All right, so I'm just sitting here waiting for the markets to tell me what to do. Okay, I'm not coming in thinking I know what's going to happen. I just want to see if we get some sort of trend. That usually doesn't happen until after 10 o'clock or so. They're taking care of imbalances, closing trades, doing whatever. So we'll see after the profit taking what happens. I did take some profit in ARM and IWM. Those two are fading off the highs pretty quickly. IWM gapped up above 180, 287, 280. They hit 289 pre-market. I wish they would let you trade options, 24/7. Man, we could have got out with a really nice gain there. I'd lost 2 points there. It's about $200 per contract or more. So, but you take what they give you. I'm not complaining. As long as we're buying dips. Earlier, I was just telling you that with everything that's going on with chips and AI spend, right? We delivered an outstanding first quarter driven by accelerating demand for AI infrastructure. Just stop right there. AI infrastructure global demand is expecting a CAGR of 34%, compound annual growth rate, 34% for the next 8 years, 8 to 9 years. It was 9 years a year ago, so 8 years. Now, even if you take half of that, 34% compounded for 4 years, if you're not buying dips, you're probably missing out on a lot. Now, a lot of people will say, well, yeah, Vinny, we were up here at the highs and, we're overbought. And yeah, I know, but that's the whole problem. The problem is we got to decipher what institutions are doing. Right now, they appear to be buying. So let's look at our S&P. The only way this is going to keep going up is if they keep buying and excuse me, something in my throat. If they keep buying, look at Bollinger Bands turning back up. Okay, Bollinger Bands turning back up. S&P 500. Okay, yeah, we're extended. This is week number 6. If oil can manage to continue lower, they keep. I don't know. It's like the markets are totally ignoring the comments about, okay, there's a deal, there's no deal. There's a deal. Iran says the U.S. is asking for too much. I don't think they really have a choice, but that's what they keep saying. So the news keeps being conflicting. We are lower. USO is lower, but it's still way up here at the highs. This needs to be down here near the 70s and 75. So if this ever does move lower, that's going to be a hell of a week on the S&P. So the bottom line is I want to have exposure and keep it on until there's a reason not to have it on. Right now, the reasons are bullish. All right, we're back above the 50-day. Junk bonds look okay. All right, let's look at breadth now. See how many stocks are moving. Okay. Not VIX. Okay, so everything is moving up. Okay, so we should see buying today. All right, the dips should get bought. We got purple background. Okay, we got a purple background, positive gamma. What does that mean, Vinny? It means whenever you see purple, you can be pretty confident dealers are going to buy the dip. Okay, why would they do that? Because they have to hedge. They have to hedge. It might sound kind of funny when you think about it. They buy the dip. Why do they buy the dip? Because they're hedging. Okay, people are short. That means they are long. Okay, when you see these positive gamma nodes right here, the opposite side of that trade is a sell. This is positive. So dealers are positive. So when the markets move lower, in order to hedge, the dealer has to start buying dips. And as it rises back up into, I guess, the mean for today or whatever, they start to sell into strength. So it slows things down. Their act of hedging keeps the markets stable. So we should be looking for dips. Like Palantir, I'm looking for a dip to get bought. NVIDIA, looking for a dip to get bought. Now let's go look at the 1 minute. 1 minute looks for day trades. NVIDIA, 1 minute day trades on NVIDIA. All right, NVIDIA is up. Okay, so that's already starting to go. Let's look at the 15-minute because this has already got a move on. Okay, so normally I wouldn't buy this right now, but I have to consider it because you have this channel down for 4 days. Okay, basically a channel down. Okay, or if we do this, I guess we'll run into some resistance there. So if you understand linear regression, you know what linear regression is, right? Linear regression. So you take what, a 30-day period, and you look at the highs and the lows, and you can see some dispersion. You're below the center line, you're above the center line, but you're still in a downtrend. It has to break this downtrend. Okay, so we know that they're going to buy dips. Let's look at the 60-minute. So, okay, so this is the first day above the 60-minute. All right, so I'm going to add to NVIDIA. I'm not going to do it right at the high unless this just takes off. Unless it takes off. Why would I do that? Because we broke above the 60-minute. So this is a trigger for me. Moving above the 60-minute 20 MA is a trigger. I'm bullish already. So the low is $2 away, $3 away. So $3. Can I get $6 upside? 2 for 1? Sure, looks like it. NVIDIA. I'm going to go ahead and go with NVIDIA. NVIDIA. I see you, cat. I just fed you. What do you want? NVIDIA. All right, I already have a position. Do I just want to leave this on and let it go? Also have NVDX shares. I can buy shares. That way if it dips back, yeah, that's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. Buy some NVDX shares. Add to position. Let me do 300 shares. 300. Okay. Okay, I just added 300 shares of NVDX. All right, so I have 1,000 shares now. Why am I interested in NVIDIA? This is really good. This is really good. We're above the 60-minute, so it's changing trends. Whenever we move above the 20 MA, we want to start thinking long. Okay, we know where our stop is. So, as many traders, many professional traders will tell you, you just got to take the trade. You got a fat pitch here. A fat pitch is something that the probability is that this is going to keep going, not going to drop down below the low of the day. Now, do I know that for 100%? No, but I'm willing to take a long here. I can always sell covered calls on NVDX. There goes Apple. Apple's on the move. Let's see what Apple's. Apple's above the 20 EMA, right? Yeah, Apple. See, Apple's trending. Apple moved above the 20 EMA over here. You see how occasionally you can be wrong. I think that was the day that the flip phone or whatever wasn't going to work or whatever over here. That big that was on the second week of April. That big hammer where they bought the low, people sold. Yeah, it was right there. Okay, so that was the dip. So sometimes you get stopped out, but you can get right back in because the next day it starts trending again. Okay, you get stopped out, follow through. Looks like we're going to keep going now. So it's not 100%, but it's a good strategy. And we can look at the 1 minute chart. Okay, we got oversold at the open. Okay, we're following through. Now from the 1 minute, go to the shift to the 5 minute. Okay, we got a nice little trade here. What do you want? More? Here you go. You're a hungry kitty, huh? Here you go. If I don't feed her, she'll start biting me, distracting me. All right, so that's AMD. That's Apple. AMD. AMD is above. Okay, AMD is above the 60-minute. AMD by a big margin, a little extended. Apple, though, looks really good. So what do I have on Apple? Did I take profits in Apple yesterday? I hope I didn't. Fingers. I did take it. Shizzle. Okay. Apple. Okay, I got to take Apple again. Let me go back to 1 minute. 1 minute. It's going. All right. Apple's probably going to keep going here. All right. So I'll do Apple, and that's going to be it for now. Apple, because I want to just be able to follow a couple of names. Let's see if this pulls back. All right. I'm going to wait for it to pull back a little bit. Apple. I got too excited there. But we know we got positive gamma, so that's a big thing. Okay. We did gap up. We're up 50 handles. All right, so I'm gonna let the market settle down. I bought some NVIDIA. I'm gonna hold off on Apple for now. I'm just gonna wait a couple of minutes. All right.
GTC halted down. ACDC. EGGQ may resume in less than a minute. WMN.
Excuse me. I got something stuck in my throat.
Future of money to others.
Okay, so hedge flows are coming back down a little bit. ARM.
ATOM.
Okay, NVIDIA is still going here. That was a good entry on NVIDIA. NVIDIA.
EUTA may resume in less than a minute. UWMC. LITZ. EUTA may rise in 10 seconds. ECGO may resume in less than a minute. JOBY. FCEL. QBTX. EUTA halted down. EHOE may resume in less than a minute.
Yeah, absolutely, David. And looks like we're on CBS now with Bloomberg Health reporter Ike Stubbs.
ECGO may rise in 10 seconds.
What was to the guidance of beat and raise, obviously, from CBS? How do they do it and what's
FCEL.
So CBS has been improving the operations in their Aetna insurance unit. They raised the guidance.
GTC may resume in less than a minute.
One was that they sort of had money that they had set aside for last year was left over. They sort of set aside more than they needed. They put that into the increased guidance. That was most of it. They also are projecting more profitability than previously expected in their
EHOE may rise in 10 seconds.
Changes in their pharmacy, getting changes to
UANY.
how the drugs have been, are getting paid for. And they also, said in the earnings call today, they used to be losing money on GLP-1s. Now they're not losing money anymore. We've seen that in rival Walgreens as well. Is profiting on GLP-1s. So there are some big changes we've seen there.
I have a minute left here, but I know the Medicare Advantage hugely important here to CVS. We've got a new set of payment rates for those plans coming into place in 2027. How's that likely to affect this company?
GTC may rise in 10 seconds.
Yeah, so CBS is saying that they do not think that these rates will keep up with the increased costs that they're anticipating coming in 2027. That might mean that they might give some benefits to some of these plans. They are still targeting the benefits over the next few years.
Nice. NVIDIA.
I appreciate that update. That's like Sweatless joining us from Bureau in Boston. Thank you very much. Again, on the heels of those earnings from CBS.
Palantir looking for that to turn back up. Apple's still moving. Okay, Apple is going to keep going, it looks like. Apple. It's overbought right now, so I'm just waiting for this to drift a little bit lower. Even if it hits 50%, like over here, okay? Hit 50% and then turns back up. At least I'll get a dip. I don't want to buy it way up here. Tesla. Palantir starting to see a little bit of dip buying there. Intel, okay. Intel's above 110, so it might release and move higher. Intel. Let's see, Intel. Intel. All right, so it's starting to get a little bit oversold, overbought, and pulling back now. Intel. A lot of pollen in the air. AMD. Okay, AMD drifting lower. All right, so people are taking profits on AMD. Okay, so that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so we'll wait for this to stabilize. Okay. ARM, looking for you to turn back up. ARM's up 10% on the day. Micron was up 10, 11% yesterday. What's it doing right now, Micron? Okay, still drifting lower. Oracle. Okay, Oracle more than likely will push higher. Oracle's got a nice little turn going. Oracle. ORCL. Oracle. Okay, so the second wave, or second phase, I should say, phase 2, markup is starting. All right, so if you take Oracle, just know that we're not going to be doing anything with this except just let it go. Probably 6 months, 8 months, maybe 3 quarters into next year. Okay, so it took what, 6, 7 months to get down here. It's going to take at least twice that. I usually give it twice as much time to get back to recent highs. So you have to be patient. Buy something like, if you're going to buy shares, instead of buying shares, buy in the money options. Buy something like a 70 or an 80 delta and mimic shares. You get a lot more leverage and you don't have as much money exposed. Because we are up here at the highs, we have to be concerned that this is not going to go on forever. There's going to be that occasional news out of nowhere that hits the markets and pushes us back 2 to 5%. All right, but this is looking really good. You can't fight it. You can't fight the trend. So just go along with them. Just do it on a smaller basis. All right, S&P is still going here. All right, so we got these strikes up here. Algos are going after it. It's funny how these algos go after it.
May rise in 10 seconds.
Yes, coming up here, Iran weighing that new proposal from the U.S. to end the 10-week war as China adds to growing calls for peace.
SNTQ.
Meanwhile, tech stocks jump as AMD's blockbuster earnings and fresh funding deals underscore AI's relentless momentum.
And with gas at $4.50 a gallon, we're going to look at how rising energy costs are rippling through the economy.
GTC may rise in 10 seconds.
And hidden those.
president, the bombing starts. For more, Bloomberg Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall joins us now. Tyler, I'm getting deja vu here. This is a memorandum of understanding. It came out of the blue after the president said he was doing a U-turn on Project Freedom in the last 24 hours.
Well, Ronnie, at this point, a person familiar with the matter does tell us that Iran is reviewing an outdated proposal. President Trump is pumping up the pressure
Apple.
to come to the table on
Pump up the volume. Apple. Here goes Apple. Okay, I didn't want to chase it, so I'll miss an opportunity, but it is what it is. Can't catch everything. Looks good. Okay, Apple looks good. Okay. All right, so we can see that advanced decline looks pretty good. S&P 500, mid caps, small caps in descending order. The lower panel is NASDAQ. You can see it's kind of hesitating a little bit, only because the New York Fangs are mixed at the moment. Let's take a look at the New York Fangs. Okay. New York Fangs making new highs. Note the upper band has flattened out. The lower band is catching up. So that's telling you to look for smaller ranges and potentially some consolidation. But for now, the fact that this lower band is racing upward is telling us to follow the trend. Normally, you would walk the bands up here when that condition exists. Looks good, though. 9 EMA is way up here, so I got to adjust that. 9 EMA is way up here. Whoops. 9 EMA is right there. 21 day. All right, so the only thing we need now is the 50-day to get above the 200-day, and we'll have stacked moving averages, where the 9 is above the 20, is above the 50, is above the 200-day. So 50-day rolling back up. So we're above fair value on all time frames. Short-term fair value, I use 9 EMA. Intermediate, intermediate at 21 fair value. Intermediate at the 50-day, and long-term is the 200-day fair value. Above all of these, Apple's still racing higher. NVIDIA just came back down a little bit. Okay, looking for a higher low on NVIDIA. Okay, so Mondo was posting some news about NVIDIA and Dell. I think that applied to TSSI too, right? Is that what you were saying, Mondo? Mondo. Let's see. Meta turning back up. Okay, Meta, I had added to FBL shares yesterday. Okay, at the low. I also have Meta options, right? Do I still have those? No, I don't. Okay, so I took them off into strength. All right, so we're already coming off the low, Meta. All right, so 1 minute, big gap up. Okay. 3 minute. All right. Okay, Apple's starting to see a little profit taking now on that quick day trade up. Palantir coming off the low. Oracle, looking for that. Oracle, looking for that. This leg up to continue. We need to take out. Looks like 189, 190. Oracle, getting close. Okay, Oracle turning up, 60-minute. Okay, the previous pivot here, we're coming up against it right now. We're above the 60-minute 20 MA, so we want to think long. Okay, the flow, the phase 2 is bullish. The flow is bullish. If we take out that pivot, it's going to confirm short term. Arm holding still fading a bit. I took some trades yesterday, arm holdings. You may have caught that too. I took that off this morning as it started to fade. I have some 270s for January. I'll leave those alone. Dips, once it starts getting bought, arm, I'll probably buy some here. Okay, Micron had a big day yesterday. Impossible to buy this. I can't chase it. Last time I sold was around 540, and here it is. Here it is at 662. Okay, Palantir is turning up though. Palantir needs to get back above the 20 EMA, producing a higher low. Okay, you can see oversold conditions. Now, because it's still basing after earnings, there's possible this rolls over, but Palantir looks good here. Oversold stochastics, starts making higher lows. Sometimes you'll make a lower low, but in this case, we're going with RSI. Okay, Microsoft looks pretty good. Microsoft, a lot of people hate Microsoft because of the old AI thing. I was watching some video over the weekend that a lot of executives have left Microsoft. I don't know if that's right or if I'm right. I don't remember exactly, but I just remember that a lot of people were leaving Microsoft that had been there for 10 years or so. Senior people, which is kind of odd. I always thought it was the opposite. With AI, you would think you would keep the senior people and not need as many junior people to do the grunt work. So what was their system? Azure. That saw a lot of. They saw a lot of earnings there, right? Azure, Microsoft. Okay, let's see. Microsoft beat. Microsoft beat. 29%, 23% earnings growth, 18% revenue growth. That's still really good. I mean, it's a growth stock, so it's not like Nvidia or AMD. AMD's double that, right? And what's Palantir? Palantir. I'm just sorting some things out here. We'll get to some trades here shortly. Palantir is 312% revenue growth. Yet people were short-sighted enough to just sell it because everybody else was selling it. I can understand. Okay, but Palantir is definitely coming back. Okay, RSI oversold. Now let's go to the 60-minute. We just talked 60-minute. 60-minute, we're going to need to get back above the 20 EMA. Okay, that was interesting. Okay, Renko. We need some bullish candles. Okay. Apple, was looking to get into some Apple, but it's overbought now. I have to wait for this to dip a little bit. Apple. We'll buy some Apple. What's Dell look like? Dell. TSSI. I have shares. My average is at 11. Okay, what's Nokia doing? Nokia. Company basically saying their sales are going to double. Sales. Nokia looking for a pop. They're doing it. I think Nvidia bought shares of Nokia, right? Futures still looking good here. S&P trending. Had a good day this morning so far. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's 10:12 a.m., Wednesday, May the 6th. Okay, there goes NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA's on the move here. Okay, NVIDIA popping. Okay, there goes NVIDIA. Okay, 60-minute. We're above the 60-minute 20 EMA.
Bloomberg Tech, live in San Francisco with Emily Chang and Tom Giles. Join leading CEOs, tech visionaries, and industry icons for an unparalleled event. What is the fate of search?
GTC may resume in less than a minute.
I think it will be possible to make changes to our genome. Technology has been the driver to more abundant productivity.
Bloomberg Tech, decode the future, June 3rd and 4th in San Francisco.
Flight to Norman is fun and full of adventure. He just started to slow down a little bit on walks and seemed like he had some discomfort. His doctor diagnosed him with osteoarthritis pain and recommended that we try Librela.
Adverse events may include ataxia, anorexia.
Okay, NVIDIA. There goes NVIDIA. All right.
May resume in less than a minute.
I'm not going to be able to get everything straight from my chicken.
I'd be shocked if dollar isn't in this. NVIDIA.
Uses Otter's AI meeting agent for live meeting transcriptions, automated summaries, and more. Just ask Otter to draft documents for you. Make a launch plan based on this conversation with specific steps for each team member.
AKAN.
Incredible. Is this an elusive prototype? Consider visiting? No. Get started for free with Otter.ai. A fad to some. Future money to others.
Qualcomm looking good. Okay, Qualcomm. 60-minute 20 EMA.
In 10 seconds.
Bringing you up to the minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zapasabja in the Lesotho
AKAN.
and this is Bloomberg.
UANY.
Got a high interest, so look at what's making headlines around the
JOPY.
world. U.S. and EU trade tensions are rising again. Trade Representative Jason Greer warns the proposed EU changes to a pending deal could restrict American exports. Greer is meeting with G7 officials this week in Paris. He spoke to Bloomberg earlier about the status of the deal. That tariff bill, the European Parliament, it also has a lot of amendments attached.
Okay. Nice move there. So maybe we finally get out of this 216 area. NVIDIA, we got to break above that 216 area
BNRG may resume in less than a minute. CBGI.
to get out of this big 11-month base.
Companies could still report quarterly if they so chose. The proposal is open for public comment for a period of 60 days. And CNN reporting that founder Ted Turner has died.
Wow, Ted Turner died. Wow. Wasn't he married to like Jane Fonda or something like that at one point?
BNRG may rise in 10 seconds.
Could make up over 40% of Google's backlog. Recent fears with lagging Amazon and Microsoft in AI infrastructure report signaling how aggressively AI companies are locking in cloud and compute power to stay competitive in the rapidly scaling AI race.
LPW may resume in less than a minute. UANY.
Bloomberg Intelligence Global Head of Tech Coverage. So another day, another deal for Anthropic. $200 billion
What's this going to be spent on?
Well, it's all in Google's backlog. So we saw when Google reported the cloud numbers, 63% growth. The backlog almost doubled to $460 billion. I believe a lot of the Anthropic kind of $200 billion is already baked into the backlog number.
Okay, there goes Tesla. There goes Meta. Okay, I got both of those, right? Tesla, still got my Tesla. No, I got the Tesla shares. All right, need to add to that, actually. Tesla shares. Let's see what that was like. TSLA. Okay. All right. So the other thing is we should be good until NVIDIA earnings. Okay, we should have a positive. The odds are more leaning towards positive or bullish into NVIDIA earnings. After NVIDIA, we could see maybe some consolidation. Now this is just speculation, but this is what a lot of people are talking about. Now that AMD is out of the way, you kind of get a sense that we could have a positive or a bullish bias into and up to NVIDIA earnings. What happens after that, we'll have to reassess. But right now, we're reassessing what happened with NVIDIA, with the AMD earnings, and look where we are. Who would have thought we'd be above 7,300? Just earlier this week, everybody was saying we're too overbought. We're this, we're that. The shadow traders saying that we're at the top of the monthly trend. Yeah, all of that is true, but we're still moving higher. So there's got to be a reason behind it. It's not just looking at that volume. That's not you and me. That's institutional volume. Okay. When you're talking 15, 16 billion shares in a week, that's not the street. That's institutions. Now, what are some of the things we could watch for? And we already talked about junk bonds. Junk bonds, they would get out of the way. They'll get out of the way with junk bonds if they're thinking that the market's going to pull back. Right now, it doesn't look like it. Or we're at least neutral at a minimum. Junk bonds. And we saw that breadth is improving. So let's go look at the equal weight this time. Advanced decline percent looks fine. All right, so these should be turning up. They are. Okay, so think of it this way. For the last couple of weeks, the number of stocks above the 20-day have faded. Now they've stored up energy to propel this higher. Bollinger Bands are tight, so volatility contracted. If you know anything about John Carter, the reason he designed or the result of his study was that volatility contracts and expands. And the way to show that, the same way Bollinger Bands, the way John Bollinger designed Bollinger Bands to work. So once you want to buy here inside the Bollinger Bands, when it takes out the high previous to the squeeze, which technically you could say, I guess, is this one right here, one of these two, either way, it'll be a new all-time high, basically. So expansion, volatility explodes. What do we have to push us higher? There goes Microsoft. What do we have to push us higher? Well, we got NVIDIA earnings coming up, and we already saw what AMD did. It's currently off right now. That's just people taking profits. AMD is off right now. Palantir also dropped off, but Palantir had excellent earnings. So I think the dip is an opportunity. I bought some Palantir yesterday. I scaled in because I figured we could push a bit lower. Nothing guaranteed that Palantir wouldn't shift a little bit lower. I mean, it's basing anyway, so as it bases, we'll get an entry. All right, enough of that chat. Okay, so we're a little bit after 10:20 on the East Coast. Let's look at how stocks are faring. We're looking at AMD, ARM. Okay, ARM is drifting a bit lower. All right, so it looks like it's creating a base up here. So ARM, if you have ARM, there's no reason to sell it other than to take profits if you took it yesterday with me. I do have a 270 strike call, okay, for January. Plenty of time to get to that point. You can see RSI is turning up. So I'm just thinking, okay, a base is up here. Now, Brother Bill likes to use a Darvis box. A Darvis box just takes the highs and the lows, basically. And whatever direction this decides to go, that's the direction we take. So same thing with the S&P weekly, right? The S&P decided to move higher. We got to go with what the S&P is saying, right? So S&P is moving higher. Bollinger Bands are starting to open up. Watch that lower band. If this starts to turn back down, all hell could break loose. Okay, going down the list. Okay, we've got LRCX. That looked pretty good to start the week, LRCX. Here's your Bollinger Bands. There you go. There you go. So if we see more of this, LRCX a little extended at this very moment in time. If you want to buy the dip, wait for RSI to get oversold. Use your 1 minute chart. Okay, wait for the 1 minute to get oversold and just keep an eye on it. You don't buy immediately just because it's oversold. You want to wait for a cross back above the moving averages and have those turn back up. All right, so the 100 period is already, almost a straight line. So this looks pretty strong, LRCX. Go to the 5 minute. Okay, so you got the fade. You're looking for ABCD pattern. Okay, if you're a new member, you don't know what I'm talking about. We're looking for this pattern. The reason it forms early in the morning is because the West Coast traders, among other things, West Coast, the Mountain Time, Central Time, they get up at, whatever time, an hour. That's, 8:30 in Central, right? 7:30 Mountain Time, 6:30 open on the West Coast. So these traders can trade before they go to work. They take an hour or so, they take profits, and we start to see things roll over or to start to fade. Sometimes it's usually between 10 and 11 o'clock. Right now, we've got LRCX, look a little profit taking here. Microsoft looks good. Microsoft. Okay, so Microsoft, big move there on Microsoft. How much do I have on Microsoft? MN Microsoft. Okay, I added the MSFU yesterday. Okay, that's good. And I have Microsoft proper options. That's up big today. Okay, I have June's. Okay, 420s, and also have 430, 440 call spreads. I have some 420s and some 430, 440 call spreads. So I'm long Microsoft, looking for more upside. Apple starting to roll over a little bit. Apple, so we might get an opportunity on Apple. Continuing on with the stocks, the top 10. ASML, been looking to get long ASML. That gapped up, so it's probably going to break out now. It's been consolidating. All right, there's your Bollinger Bands. Okay, so you take out 1525. That's the trigger for the trend to continue on the upside. So again, Darvis box, right? Darvis box. Okay, like that. You can also have a larger one like that. Okay, so if we take off to the upside, that's your signal. Next leg up. So what do we look at? We want to look at the weekly time frame. ASML, they make the machines that makes these big lithography machines. They're $400 million. They're crazy. Somebody, I forget who it was, what company moved closer? Oh, it was Tesla. Tesla with its Terafab, Tesla's Terafab, they moved to the Netherlands, right? Is that how it worked? Something like that? Anybody read up on that as well? So they're close to where ASML is located. Now I just caught enough to know that Tesla is associated with this. Okay, all the New York Fangs are starting to look a lot better. So let's go take a look at that. New York Fang. So ASML looks good. Okay, New York Fangs. Okay, these are moving higher. So just a little tiny wick on the top of the candle. I got a feeling we're gonna fill this candle out. Meaning all of these New York Fang components are going to continue to move higher. Let's look at one that's been kind of disappointing lately is Netflix. Okay, it's starting to slide down that lower Bollinger Band. Is it going to come all the way back to 70 before they start buying? Disney reported good earnings, right? Didn't Disney report Disney earnings? Gapped up, Disney. What's Target doing? Target trending. Walmart, Casey's. This is Brother Bill's baby. Casey's General Stores. All right, starting to consolidate a little bit. TJ Maxx. I love TJ Maxx. Went shopping there this weekend. Gave my wife my credit card. She went shopping too. Took the son there. Okay, TJ, Ross Stores. Occasionally you find some deals. It's a dirty store. Ross Stores, those are like, they remind me of the old Kmart. Showing my age. Kmart, what's that? It was funny. We were at a restaurant last night, my son and I, and they were doing this trivia game. All these different questions, and they were started talking about music. Who was the drummer that took over in the Rolling Stones? And he's like, I don't know any of these things. The things that he knew were all science related, chemicals. Anyway, how did I get onto that subject? I don't know. Anyway, the markets are moving higher, looking good. I'm your host, Cousin Eddie, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. I apologize for rambling, but it is a bullish day. So basically what I'm doing is just letting everything ride. Okay. I'm not selling just because something pulled back. And in fact, I'm thinking of buying when things pull back because I know positive gamma is the backdrop today. Has been for over a week or so. Purple, that's positive. Purple's positive. And we're most likely going to come up to this 99 percentile. Why would that happen? Because you got these algos that they're seek and destroy algos. The dealer is long. The market is short. So they're going after those shorts. Those shorts will cover, and then the dealer can get out of their position. They close the position, and then we're over with for the day. Zero. This is either a 0 day. These are 0 day. Microsoft's still going. Microsoft. I got a nice position on Microsoft, so I'm not done anything there. Okay, we got an outside day on Microsoft. About to give you an outside day on Microsoft right here. Okay, the volume needs to pick up. All right, volume looking pretty good. See over here on the left, volume. Microsoft looks good. I've only had like 3 sips of coffee, so it's not the coffee. I think it might be the magnesium. I take magnesium in the morning. That's supposed to like keep you older. The older you get, the more cognitive dysfunctions you might have with your brain. You might have, when I say cognitive, I just mean like you get cloudy fog. You know, you ever done that? You go from one room to another, and you're thinking about things on the way there, and then you get to the room and you figure out, forget what you went there for. Not usually the case when you're young, but when you get older, you got to take that magnesium. Anyway, watching the S&P, Microsoft's doing really well. Apple, I want to get into Apple. Might do something. Nvidia, more with Nvidia. Netflix, looking at Palantir.
GTC may rise in 10 seconds. ELPW halted to the upside.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Microsoft's still going here. Microsoft about to give us an outside day. Microsoft. Is there anything going on with Microsoft? Any news? Microsoft? Any news or V/OI worth noting today? Wednesday, May 6th. I noticed that when you're talking to chat, any of these AI bots, you got to be very specific. Okay, you can't just say today. You have to actually give it a date and a time for more accurate responses. All right, so Microsoft, any news, VI/OI worth noting today, Wednesday, May 6th, 10:30 a.m. Let's see what it comes back with. I'll run a script here. Let's see. Yesterday, this is the script I ran yesterday. Okay, so you could just take a screenshot of this right here. Okay, that's a script that I use often. I just changed the date. Okay, just changed the date. But this is really good. Okay, so where are the trades today? It'll look at everything that you ask for. You know, like look at vol versus open interest with significant changes. Look at capital velocity. Okay, that's a calculation that I've been doing, a script that I created. Rank candidates in order, 10 being the highest score. Also, this line right here, please list the top 20 that are not overbought in the morning session with the best probability of follow through, curated from the strongest stocks as of, and we'll change this to Wednesday. Okay, so this was yesterday. Okay, and a lot of these, although this moved lower, we did have a very high V versus OI, so they're buying Palantir further out in time. Okay, also Baker Hughes, Adobe, Nokia, Cummins, GLW is up big today. That was a big one yesterday. So let's look at GLW this morning. So that gave us GLW. Here goes the S&P is on the move. S&P is on the move. All right, there you go. Do I not have my volume up? What's going on here? Okay, so GLW, okay, that was on the list yesterday. We gapped up today. So if you bought yesterday, you had like a 15, 20 point move there. Okay, so nice. So let's do that. Let's run that script again. Okay, let's run that for today. Okay, run that script. Where are the stocks today? And we'll go May 6th. Okay, let's do that. Let's see where they are. Okay. GLW, Baker Hughes, Adobe. Okay, so we took Adobe 2 days ago, thanks to David. Adobe, this is clearing the 50 day. So it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. So you can see buyers are still hanging out right in this area, noted by the wicks. Wicks, the bottoms, the lows keep getting bought. Eventually, this is going to take off to the upside like Oracle did. Okay, here's Adobe. Okay, eventually, now look at this now, compare it to Oracle. Oracle broke its downtrend, right? And what happened? They started buying the dip, and finally it broke out. Now on the pullback, buying the dip, back to the 20-day. Now it's ripping higher. It's going to take out 189. It's starting that next leg higher. So you should be thinking swing trade. You don't necessarily have to buy it right here if you don't have a position, if you're thinking about it. I would wait the next dip. There goes Oracle. Okay. So I know I should keep shifting between time frames, but I hope you're following the flow of, my disjointed way of thinking. Where's the money going? Where is it flowing? Right? Where's the money flowing? Do we have positive gamma? Yes. We have positive gamma, purple, right? Is the S&P following through? Yes, it is. Is advanced decline percent rising? Yes, across the board. What does the New York FANG look like? It's positive. It's bullish. What do junk bonds look like? Junk bonds rising, risk on. What is biotechs doing? XBI, risk on, following through. So you could buy some biotechs if you wanted to. You don't have to buy individual names like, I don't know, Regeneron, REGN. Let's see what that's doing. Regeneron, REGN. Okay, that's coming off the low. What about mRNA? mRNA. Okay, they're okay. I'd be looking at the names that are actually moving. You can go to the IBB list. This list right here. These are the top 10, top 20. ALNY. These are turning. So biotechs are moving. You don't want to pick a name. What's that? What was that? Biogen? No, ARGX. Okay. ONC. All right. All of these biotechs are looking better. They're not quite there yet. What is Bitcoin? Bitcoin was trending. Okay. Bitcoin is trending. Okay, so we're almost at the 200-day. Last week, we were talking about the 200-day. This week, as of yesterday, I was still talking about the 200-day and still looking good. So I was buying BITX over the last couple of weeks. BITX. Probably you were too. Okay, because I mentioned it enough times. I was buying some Coinbase. Okay, that's not following through yet. MicroStrategy. I was buying MSTX. Okay, these are all trending. Higher highs, higher lows. This is doing exactly the same thing Oracle's doing, right? Changing trend. Okay, so we're the beginning stages of a trend change in Oracle. Applied materials. Squeeze and breaking out. This is probably going to keep going. Microsoft. Okay, squeezing again. So this could consolidate a little bit. So I wouldn't chase Microsoft. You see the Bollinger Bands coming together. So it's most likely going to do what? It's going to create a Darvis box, probably. A top and a bottom. Okay, we're in the midpoint. So the most we could probably see is up here. If we break out, that'll be our signal. Okay, but it looks bullish. So just make sure you have enough time. If you're buying options, make sure you're out in June, July, August, whatever. Okay, I'm jumping around again. Okay, Microsoft. Let's see. Pinduoduo. All right, Chinese stocks are starting to get a bid. Okay, this is based. I would not buy Pinduoduo here. It's probably going to do fine. But, we could have said, yeah, I was going to do fine way over here. Okay. When is it going to break out? And it keeps pulling back. When's it going to break out? Keeps pulling back. When's it going to break out? Keeps pulling back. When's it going to break out? You're still in the same mode. You got to get above 108, 19, 110. Definitely get above the flat 200-day. Look how flat that 200-day is. So I would pass on this. NVIDIA, we talked about. NVIDIA, we're long some NVIDIA. Added to it this morning. Okay, what else is on here? Okay. Baker Hughes. Let's look at Baker Hughes. I have a position in Baker Hughes. BKR. Okay, that pulled back a little bit. That's all right. Looking for new positions anyway. Adobe, NET. Okay, breaking out. Okay, so this is day 2 after the breakout. Yesterday was the breakout. Day two is the follow-through. What does that wick tell you? It tells you the buyers that were here yesterday are still here again today. So they're buying again. They're buying the dip. So if you look at the 1-minute chart, okay, you should see oversold and then prices moving higher. So we can wait for this to pull back a little bit. So that's NET. Let's see, NVIDIA, booking.com, BKNG. So I noticed that UAL was up this morning. UAL. Okay, gapping up. Okay, so Spirit is out of business. They tried to merge with JetBlue, but Elizabeth Warren, Pete Buttigieg, and Biden said, no, you're not merging because we want competition. So what did you get instead? Company goes out of business, and I think it was 16,000 people lost their jobs. So there you go. Trying to control the markets. And this is what you get. This is what you get. Capitalism at its finest. Okay. Survival of the fittest. And like I was saying, United this morning, I was watching this video. This truck got clipped on a jet coming into runway 29, which goes east-west at Newark. It's like, wow, really? That's low. I didn't realize those planes came that low on that particular runway. I've never seen a plane come across the turnpike like that. I don't know if anyone from Jersey's ever seen that, but they're always going north and south along the turnpike. So that happened recently. United, and they're moving higher. Let's see. DoorDash. DoorDash was a buy a couple of weeks back. I told you that was probably going to start a new trend. This is worth a look, is the words that I used. Now we're above the 50-day, retesting it. Probably going to bounce. So if you're going to think long on DoorDash, you want to see the volume pick up again. MACD and stochastics are almost oversold. So we need to see at least a couple of bullish days, get above 177. Once we get above 177, then you can start to think upside. If you already have a position, don't fret. This is probably going to do fine. Look at the weekly. Okay, it's trying to stay above the, if it can't get above the 10 EMA, then yeah, I would probably exit. There goes the S&P ripping higher as I'm talking. Okay, there's that target, 73.45. Now they shifted up to 73.60. Uh-oh, they're scared. They're scared. They're shifting up. Looks like they're shifting up. Okay, looks like they're scared. Looks like they're scared. Okay, they're moving their strikes up. Okay, that's pretty funny. Okay. Looks like they're scared. Okay, they moved up from 73.45. That's pretty cool. Okay. Looks like they're scared. Good. All right, so we saw it. SPX. Okay, the dealers are long. Market is short at that 73.60 level, so they've rolled it up. All right. Oh boy. Oh boy. Still going here. All right. At a minimum, you should be thinking it's midweek. We've got AMD on the run. Gapping up, of course, it pulled back a little bit, but everything else is looking pretty strong. You got positive gamma. You know the dealers are going to buy. Advanced decline percent is rising. You got the New York FANG breaking higher. I mean, this is so positive. It's ridiculous, really. So I am taking some longs. NVIDIA. I'm looking at Microsoft right now. Apple on this little dip. But I'm also taking some profits off in a strength. I wanted to get back into Google, Amazon. Okay, wanted to get back in Amazon. Also wanted to get back in Intel. So those are three probabilities. Okay, so here is Oracle. Let me see. Intel. Okay, oh, there it goes. Perfect timing there, Vinny. Okay, Intel. I'm going to buy some Intel right here, right now. Okay, I'm going to go out in time. I'm going to go out to at least June. Damn it. Okay, Intel. Okay, Intel. Let me buy June. June. Let me go June. Okay, I'm going to do 110, 120s this time. 110 by vertical 110, 120. I could do 110, 130 too. What do those go for? I would just buy a fewer of these. Okay, I'm going to buy a few of these. Okay, there goes Intel. Okay, I bought the 110, 130 for June. Intel just bought June 110, 130 call spreads, $6.30. All right. You're so crazy, Corey. Yeah, Karens are not hot. You're nuts, man. That made me laugh. Yeah. All right. So I bought some Intel right there. All right. So I'm not going to do anything else right now. Pretty big position there. So we'll see how far this goes. Intel, nice dip getting bought. Okay. Intel, nice dip getting bought. All right. So great setup. Stop below. Stop. Okay.
Vaulted to the upside. NVIS.
Okay. All right. So let me keep an eye on Intel. This looks good. Done.
Businesses continue to invest in the future. And then 3, despite all the global uncertainty, companies are reacting quite quickly and aggressively to maintain profits and keep health on a go-forward basis.
I spent the mail and shipping side of the business, and I'm curious how much rising rates from the U.S. Postal Service affect your business generally at this moment in time, what you're seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. So, one thing that's very fortunate.
Where did I type that? Where did I type that entry? I just took some Intel. Oh, there we go. Okay, I didn't see it. Intel. And let me add this to it.
NVIS.
But on the lending side, obviously we benefit from it. So actually, rising rates can be good for us, particularly with thanks to the bank.
It won't be long before people start getting concerned once again about the sustainability of USPS and its liquidity position. How do you think about that? I mean, it comes up regularly.
Yeah, so the sustainability of the post office. I was in DC a couple weeks ago meeting with senators and congressmen. And the thing I would say, the resounding message that I heard from them is that they're reducing mail, cutting back days of delivery, etc. But that's what the constituents want. But I think there's a strong desire by Congress to continue to
638. Looks like 638.
Give us an update on your efforts to reform and streamline this company. So we got some advantage of that in this latest earnings report. But I'm curious sort of where we are in that process as you see it, and what goals you have that remain to get this business in better shape.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So, we're a couple years into this transformation of the business. We've got to be incredibly methodical.
Intel, let's keep going. Intel.
As a public company, there's a lot of pressure for short-term performance. But we've been very fortunate. We have a very stable and supportive shareholder base, including myself through SPX Capital. So we've been very diligent in fixing our business, taking out unnecessary costs, streamlining processes. And we're now at a point where we're really pivoting to focus on growth. And I think this last quarter shows some of that. We're rate of decline is decelerating, and our sales are picking up, so we're optimistic about the future.
Kurt, can you tell us what you said about working with bankers and lawyers on a strategic review? Would you actually consider selling? Are you actively considering that?
We will do whatever's best for shareholders. So some of this is tied to we have had an inbound interest. It's a very interesting company. There's as you can imagine, there's interest from taking private. But we're going to do whatever's best for shareholders.
A company in the same space, a public company?
I'll leave it as we've had outreach from interested parties. So, so we're evaluating. Is it appropriate to sell? Is it appropriate for us to expand into new areas? Should we?
All right.
So there's a whole host of opportunities that exist for us, and we'll do whatever is in the best interest of our shareholders.
Okay, Intel, keep going. All right, so looks like it's going to be one of those days. Already started off as one of those days, as Frano was putting it this morning. Going to be a very interesting day. Intel holding talks with Samsung for U.S. chip making. Bloomberg News reports. Apple holds talks with Intel, Samsung for U.S. chip making.
May resume in less than a minute.
Whole Intel situation is a good idea.
Mm-hmm. All right. I got to take a couple of minute break. Watching Intel. All right, so this stop will trail. We'll trail this stop up. Okay, Palantir. It's probably going to take a few days for Palantir to actually follow through, but we got some short covering at the low. Looking for a follow through, push higher. Okay, I have to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is 10:53 a.m. It's Wednesday, May the 6th. I'll be back in 2.
All right, shares taking a little bit of a dinging today, but we really are close to your all-time highs. So congratulations and thank you for coming in to join us. That was Pitney Bowes CEO Kurt Wolf. This is from very open interest.
I felt my regularity improve brighter. I actually don't experience bloating anymore. DS01 has become a non-negotiable in my routine.
NG.
For magic, visit Z.com to start DS01 today.
When I moved to New York City from India, the only dream which I had was a new position. But when I arrived here, I thought there was something missing. So that's when I started working on Wall Street, covering pharmaceutical stocks. I wanted to learn business skills to expand my impact in medicine. Then I moved to Silicon Valley and found it decisive. Finding my own path opened up opportunities, helping people attract international.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
About to sign the future of money to others.
NG.
We, secret to $1 trillion service.
QS.
Others follow the noise.
NBIL.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism, business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know.
Okay, Tesla. All right, all the New York things are starting to fade a little bit. All right, S&P is killing it though. S&P, keep an eye on. Keep an eye on that. Microsoft's starting to fade a little bit. Microsoft, S&P. Wow, S&P. Very pleasant. Very pleasant. Very pleasant there. 21-day. Okay, I want to start taking some profits, huh? Looking good.
WTI below $95 a barrel, and Brent was trading below $102 a barrel all morning. Yields also just repairing some of those losses.
GTC may resume in less than a minute.
$493.99 right now.
Probably bouncing back. Their work cut out for them, helping us understand sort of where we are in the back and forth surrounding this prospective deal between the U.S. and Iran. We saw Iran pushing back on some of the facets of that one-page memo of understanding. We'll see where things develop, but investors obviously optimistic.
The oil markets decided?
Yes, this is a sure thing. We'll see what happens. Coming up tomorrow, Alex J-Loff of Bernstein, Dutch Brothers CEO Christine Barone, Julia Herman of New York Life, Evangelist CEO John Woven-Smith. That's coming up tomorrow. Bloomberg Open Interest on Bloomberg TV.
GTC may rise in 10 seconds. NVIL.
S&P. Wow, this looks beautiful. Let's see what this looks like. All right, tick cumulative is starting to cross over, bullish from the lows. Wow, very impressive. All right, so they did roll this up. They did roll these up. We started off with around 73.40, 73.50. These have moved up to 73.69, 99 percentile, and we're still headed in that direction. Still heading in that direction. That's wild. Hell of a day, eh? All right, so I have anything. The one thing that I do need to check is make sure that any of these call spreads I have, the upper strike that you sell, okay, you buy a strike, you buy a 100 strike call, for example, you sell a 120. When it gets to 120, whatever you're trading, if, let's say it's Intel, you buy the 100, you sell the 120. When it gets to 120, you need to take the position off because that's your max profit. You don't make anything above that unless volatility is exploding and you get a little bit extra. But always take it off once you hit that upper strike with regard to Intel. Okay, this is starting to stall a little bit. So buying the 110, 130 spread. I'll start adding to that if it starts to move in the right direction. Google looks like it wants to keep going. Google. It's still going there, Google. I've been meaning to get back into this one. It's kind of hard to do. This is kind of like Micron. It's one of those ones where maybe you buy it and just bite the bullet because Micron doesn't look like it's going to stop. It's going to be $1,000 stock before it gives us any opportunity, it looks like. Me anyway, because I don't want to chase it. I took it off at 540, and here it is, 530, 540. Let me just send my son a text message real quick.
Coming up, AI enthusiasm is back as AMD rallies on a blockbuster forecast, and NVIDIA aims to deal with fiber maker Corning. Plus, Disney posts stronger results than expected, thanks to improved profitability and its streaming business. And we speak with Uber's CFO as the ride-hailing platform hosts a second quarter outlook that also meets expectations. First, we return to these markets that are risk-on, and a lot of that has to do with geopolitics. between Iran and the United States. Could a deal be getting closer? The market trades on that stock to rise higher, and indeed bond yields fall back. We see a move in the dollar too, but on the downside.
All right. What's today? Today's the 6th. Today's the 6th. So anyway, I can't chase these. You could and take the chance, but I like probabilities. So the probabilities when we're in a bullish trend, the dips getting bought are much greater because I know how the dealers are going to react. Okay, so here we go with Intel again. Okay, starting to move now. We got a positive gamma backdrop. So we know dips are most likely going to get bought. Is it a guarantee? It's never a guarantee. That's why you use stops. Let's see what she's saying about.
As maybe exciting as some had hoped, and then on the conference call she gave a very bullish projection for the CPU.
AI demand fuels blockbuster forecast for AMD. It's up 15%, $52. Wow. Remember when we were trading this in the 200s, AMD? Holy smokes. Intel could possibly do something like this, Don't put it past Intel to be a $200 stock by the end of this quarter. Or next quarter. Certainly by the end of the year, this could be a $200 stock, right? I mean, all of these things are exploding in value because this AI build out, it's global. It's not just the US. This global build out is going to last for another 5, 6, 7, 8 years in some estimates. 34% annual growth rate. Can you imagine a savings account where you put in $1,000 you put $1,000 a month into your savings account? You have your employer match 100%, and you get a 34% annual compound growth rate. Compound annual growth rate. You know what that kind of money would be at the end of 8 years? Man, it's crazy. You got to put money aside. My son's really good. He's learning really, really well about saving money. He doesn't have any expenses, but he works. He puts all of his money into a savings account. He got it real quick once he started to see his interest payments coming in. Anyway, Intel's on the move here. Intel. Going to watch Intel for a few minutes. We just took a position here on Intel. We'll roll the stop up underneath the 100 period here shortly. From down here, 107 up to 109.
Semiconductor and semis equipment analyst, RBC Capital. Look, your latest note I loved, and you highlight how AMD's strong CPU growth and doubling of projections. Is that achievable? What could chokehold that?
Well, right now the demand is very strong. AI is the primary reason, but overall AI capex has been going up as well. And on top of that, we're seeing strong demand on the enterprise, server side as well. So I think part of it is AI, part of it is traditional server demand. Overall, demand is very strong, and in addition to that, supply has been tight. Intel talked about not having enough supply to address the current demand. As a result, the visibility is extending. The backlog is extending through the year, even into next year. But I think there's also the structural tailwind from what we call the CPU to GPU ratio.
When you think about it, Intel.
Typically, it's 1 to 4 is what.
When you think about Intel, we put it on the watch list a few weeks back at $50, $52. So we got to double. We got to double out of this one. Can it be a triple? Can it be a triple?
In training workloads, historically we have seen a CPU to GPU ratio of 1 to 4, even in some cases 1 to 8. And as we move in forensic, that is changing, primarily because of agentic AI. Of course, you need to run the models still on powerful
April,
GPUs, but to manage,
baby,
because users
April.
are creating so many agents. To manage these agents and to make sure that agents are getting the appropriate data and they're talking to other APIs, CPUs play a critical role. So we are seeing, again, it's early days. It's difficult to draw too many conclusions, but the trend is moving in the direction of that ratio improving in favor of CPUs. So our view is that at least we have visibility based on some of the architectures that we are seeing from NVIDIA and AMD. And
Looks good. Intel. All right, NVIDIA looks like it's going to launch too. I'm going to get into Apple on this dip, most likely. I don't want to take too many new day trades, okay? But Apple, okay, it's almost oversold now.
Can I talk to you about
Do I want to do it? Do I want to pull the trigger? Or do I want to do Microsoft? Microsoft already have a position. Apple, I have no position. Microsoft looks pretty good right here. Microsoft looks good. Okay, Microsoft. Okay, watch this one. It might be a good entry. Watch this.
Well, the valuation is rich, right? NVIDIA is, trading in high teens when you look at calendar 27 numbers, and AMD is probably trading close to twice the multiple. So it is at a premium, but as I said, it's a smaller market cap name.
Microsoft, watch for a turn.
Faster because it's smaller in size, but for us, I think CPU certainly helps the short term, but longer term, if you look at the GPU opportunity, that's much bigger. I would say GPUs probably we're talking, including the custom chips, $1 trillion type SAM. And the CPU, as Lisa said, it's about 120 billion. It used to be 60 not too long ago. So I think it's essential that AMD make progress on the GPU front. And they've announced, new customers, OpenAI and Meta.
Apple's still pushing lower. Okay, Apple. So just watching patiently. All right. So, okay, you're talking too loud, dude. All right, so up here, I told you, looked really good. Apple looked really good, but I don't want to buy it because why? It was overbought already. Need this to get oversold again. So here we are. Here we are, waiting for it to get oversold. Being patient. We'll take some Apple here shortly. ARM Holdings turning up. ARM Holdings turning. Okay, so there you go. There's your signal. Look at it. That's beautiful, right? You see it? If you're a day trader, you're not using this strategy or something along these lines. You're perhaps guessing, okay? I don't want to insult anybody's intelligence in the trading room, but, you get these oversold conditions, right? And you get the reversal. It's pretty obvious when traders are back in it. Everything lines up. MACD turns back up. RSI turns up. The volume starts to pick up. Okay. You get that buy signal, gets back above the moving averages. And from here, from 224, 225, you made 7 points. 50 delta call, 7 points. That can make your day right there. Just one trade. All right. So we'll keep this one as well. ARM Holdings. Now we just need Palantir to turn back up. ARM. 1 minute strategy.
$4.8 billion for its fiscal third quarter. That did beat expectations. The company is saying it's benefiting from spending billion on AI infrastructure, with its power supply solutions for data centers in very high demand. But as you see, the stock has been under pressure in European trading. Like 2026, they say on track to grow about 10%. Coming up, Disney gets a profit boost from some successful sequels, improved streaming results, and guests spending at their parks. We'll dig in. This is Bloomberg Tech.
I got 2 words for you. Loyalty program. Snag this hotel for $250 a night. You didn't check Trivago? I got it for $155. Yo, Benny, this guy didn't check Trivago. Oh, you have to check Trivago. Look, on Trivago, you can compare prices from multiple standard loyalty programs and prices from hotel websites. Same hotel, $100 less. 2 words. Check Trivago. Benny. Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel? Trivago.
I'm very excited about our reinvention story today, which is literally 160 years in the making.
The reinvention was trying to bring a company into the trends of the future.
votes on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
IRD. ERNS.
I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in the Lesotho Highlands, and this is Bloomberg.
Check in on shares of Disney having their best day in a year. Currently up 7%, the company posting stronger than expected results thanks to improved profitability from its streaming business. And guests, they're spending more at the parks. Here to discuss is Helena Wang, she's Philip Securities research analyst. You were impressed by the numbers and all being given by the new CEO?
Yes, I think it's a pretty solid number for the Amaro's first earnings. Both revenue and EPS beats estimate, and they've guided for 12% EPS growth for 2026, and that's for the acceleration. So I would say it's pretty good start.
Okay. ARM Holdings. All right, back up to the highs. ARM. So I took some off this morning. We're right back up to the highs.
There was concerns about what's happening with Epic Games and their partnership. But more broadly, how do you think the consumer is feeling right now getting into the park? Because we've got a lot of macro headwinds.
Yes, looking at their experience division, they are seeing a slight decrease in their U.S. park attendance. So that is probably some impact from the war. So fewer foreign tourists are traveling to the U.S., but we are seeing guests spending more at the U.S. parks. So per person spending grew 5% year-on-year. So that means people are spending more on the ticket.
All right, S&P at the highs starting to fade now, so take some profits off if you're long S&P. Wait for the next dip. All right.
Disney Destiny and Disney Adventure that was introduced in March 2026. So that kind of gives them a 40% increase in cruise booking capacity.
I love how in your notes you really think about the flywheel effect, the IP flywheel effect. This is how this business makes sense. The fact that they've got new frozen experiences coming online. They're investing.
Oracle doing really well. I'm going to add to Oracle. I have the 185, 195 call spread. What am I at now? What's Oracle at? Okay, getting close to 195. So remind me if we get to 195. If I don't do it, I got the January 185, 195 call spread. So I want to exit at 195. Oracle.
And they're also coming out with a new theme park resort in Abu Dhabi. So I guess the
Abu Dhabi.
Very minimum for them. I guess
Oracle.
it's a good thing because their unique value is rooted in the strong brand reputation and the flywheel effect.
I think that's a really good point, that even though we've got conflict, geopolitical anxiety in the Middle East, they're still going ahead with what's happening in Abu Dhabi. Just
Abu Dhabi.
Abu Dhabi. Cost of doing business when it comes to sports as well, right? ESPN did show that weakness there. Is that something that you also have to take down in terms of investment? They need the content. They need to win the rights.
Yes. ESPN is actually increasing revenue because of the higher subscription and affiliate fee due to their NFL transaction, but it's definitely they're showing a decrease in operating income because of the higher sport right and production costs. But I guess everybody in the streaming industry right now is trying to increase their live sport because it's a large market. It has a very loyal fan base that will always be there, and everybody wanted a piece of that juicy pie. And sport rate is so expensive right now, especially if you want it at scale. And Disney, they already have the skill. So I think even though the cost is a little bit high for them, but they do have the advantage in that sector.
Helena, it's great catching up with you. Thanks for joining again. Helena Wang of Philip Securities there on all things Disney. Now it's time
We're talking tech. First up, White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett says a potential executive order is in the works to provide a, quote, clear roadmap for AI safety. Now, the directive is taking shape weeks after Anthropic revealed its Mythos model that could pose a global cybersecurity risk. Plus, Morgan Stanley is rolling out cryptocurrency trading on its e-trade platform, charging clients at just 50 basis points, half the cost of some major rivals like Robinhood. It's the latest move in a massive Wall Street pivot. The biggest banks are no longer just watching the crypto space, looking to own it. And Samsung has officially entered the $1 trillion club, making the firm only the second Asian firm after TSMC to hit that $1 trillion milestone. Now, the company's gain also pushed the Kospi index past 7,000 for the first time. Coming up, we're going to be speaking with the Uber CFO, Balaji Murthy. As the ride-hailing platform posts a second quarter outlook that beat expectations, we're talking all things AI.
Okay, Oracle. Oracle looking good.
I got two words for you. Loyalty program. Snag this hotel for $250. You didn't check Trivago? I got it for $155. Yo, Benny, Scott didn't check Trivago. Oh, you have to check Trivago. Look, on Trivago, you can get prices from multiple different sites and loyalty.
Okay. 185, 195.
Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel Trivago.
So today's reality is the world is full of shocks. Technological shock like AI, geopolitical shock, trade war shock, climate shock, and so on and so forth. Economies and countries have the right levels to recover 2.5 times faster than others from shocks. In the past, we've been skilling people to get a job. Now we need to skill people assuming there is an additional brain in the room. The informal economy is probably here to stay and here to grow. Pension systems, protection systems, medical coverage systems have to be rewritten. Less on full-time employment, more on freelancing and flexible working. So we have to deal with that by adjusting our systems to it and not necessarily forcing it out of the system or continuing to call it the shadow economy or the informal economy. It has to become the economy.
I'm very excited about our reinvention story today, which is literally 160 years in the making.
The reinvention was trying to bring a company into the trends of the future.
Some see heroes, others only egos.
WIMI.
We see the era of billionaire athletes. We follow the money. Checking in on shares of Uber. The company reporting second quarter bookings outlook that beat expectations, but we're up 8.4%. Let's break down what's driving bookings growth in particular. Uber CFO is with us, Balaji Krishnamurthy. Balaji, talk to me about why we're amid the macro concerns, amid maybe a slightly worrying environment with oil prices, for example, we're still managing to push forward on bookings, on demand.
Thanks, Caroline. So I think, if you think about a quarter, the first thing I'd say is we're incredibly proud of the pace with which our teams have been introducing new products. And you would have seen just recently we at our annual Go-Get event, we introduced a number of new products and features that meet our customers where they want to go. Whether they're developed internally at Uber or through our partners like Expedia, we're bringing them best-of-breed solutions. So that's setting us up for incredibly strong top-line momentum. And we delivered 21% growth in the quarter. This is the third successive quarter where we've done that kind of mark for the company. And we are also, in addition to those product innovations organically in our core, we also reported that we were able to scale our nascent autonomous vehicles business 10x year on year, which is again a really good starting position for us to be at. Now we're doing all of this in the very choppy macro environment, as you rightly pointed out. I'm happy to talk about some of the detracting items there, but what we have been doing better as we get this growth we've been focused on extremely disciplined operations from a cost management standpoint, and we are embracing AI increasingly to drive more efficiency for the company. So that's allowing us to report EPS growth of 44% year on year as well, on top of that 29% top line growth, and it's setting us up really well for the rest of the year. And you see that in our outlook, which I think met and exceeded expectations on both top and bottom line.
Let's dig into that Uber Expedia partnership. It's only about a week old or so, and I can understand that it's all about adding hotel bookings. Like, is this some sort of real uptick to subscriptions, do you think, in the longer term? How does it help just bring more and more people back to the app time and again?
Yeah, so I think the important thing to know there is we take consumers who engage with our products across our portfolio are incredibly valuable to us. And today, only about 20% of our monthly active consumers engage across the platform with mobility and delivery services. But when they do, they drive significantly higher gross bookings, profits for the company. And underpinning all of that activity for us is our Uber One program, right? And we talked about getting to about 50 million members as of this quarter. We added about 20 million members in the last year alone. And now these members drive 50% of our gross.
Okay, looking good. All right, there goes NVIDIA. Oh, this is going to be one of those days. Oh, Jesus. I got to stretch. Sitting here squinting. All right, it goes NVIDIA. Okay. All right, so Oracle, we showed you this nice setup on Oracle. We showed you the setup on Intel. Okay, Intel still making higher highs and higher lows. ARM holding, we just did ARM holdings. Microsoft, we're still waiting. Apple, we're looking for the turn. Okay, Apple might get ready to do the turn now. Let's see. Okay, Apple. Okay, let me just check here.
Relative to that 21% total that we talked about. When you think about our B2B business, it's effectively bringing Uber's services across both mobility and delivery to enterprise grade sort of modality to customers across the enterprise stack. Where we are today, we had about 300,000 organizations globally using our services through this offering. And we do think that over time, we can service.
All right, very bullish. People are very bullish. Total open interest as 5.18 million contracts. Heavily skewed towards calls, a 300 strike. Unusual activity with high volume related to existing open interest. Make a run for 300. Yeah. That seems a little bit too far out. Near the money support, 275, 280. Healthy pullback.
Microsoft was one of these large tech companies that was quite vocal, and they said that we're going to match
270, 275. Okay. Max Payne's 270, 275. All right, we'll look at bottom line. Okay, traders picking up calls near the 275 range. Okay, so we're just watching this right now. Apple.
You say talks inside Microsoft are ongoing. There's no final decision. In fact, we spoke to a spokesperson for the story and talking about how they're continuing to look for opportunities to maintain that annual matching goal. But
okay, high conviction analysis on some of these positions. GLW gapped up this morning. That was one we pointed out a couple of weeks ago. Frano's been all over the optical stocks, AAOI and LITE. I'm not sure if you took anything on GLW, Frano, as you already had positions in the other ones. So S&P, a little dip there. Somebody took some profits. I wouldn't be too eager to buy this high right here. I'd probably be looking to take some profits off as well. I don't have any S&P positions at the moment. Been concentrating on tech. Those have got the most pop, most momentum. Oracle, IONQ, looking for more upside. Oracle, Peloton. Let's see what Peloton looks like. Peloton. Apple's pulling back. Peloton. PTON. Peloton. Trending Peloton. Okay. Okay, Bitcoin. Gonna hit that 200 days soon. I don't know if it's going to do it today. Got pretty close. Got very close on Bitcoin. So positions like BITX I have. This is still trending. Got a ways to go. This is 2 times Bitcoin. Bitcoin. Okay, so 200 days right there. So most people are trained to think, okay, we touched the 200 day. If it's support, we were looking for a bounce. If it's overhead and it's resistance, you're looking to take profits. So a lot of people will most likely take profits. Maybe we get a follow through. I don't know how long it's going to take, but the initial touch of the 200 day Bitcoin's probably, you can see it's overbought up there at the top. RSI is overbought. So there goes NVIDIA. All right, I don't want to stray too far, but Bitcoin looks pretty good. NVIDIA. Okay, big bounce on NVIDIA after a big drop last week. Nice opportunity if you took it today. NVIDIA. Okay. Okay. NVIDIA looking good. NVIDIA, keep going. NVIDIA. NVDX, I think. Did I add to this? NVIDIA? Let me see what I bought here. NVDX, yeah, I bought shares, more shares of NVIDIA. 300 shares of NVDX. Got 1,000 shares total. All right, NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA. Come on, keep going, NVIDIA. 60-minute, we want above the 20 EMA. We finally got there today. Thanks to AMD earnings.
We are definitely investing for the long run. We want to help these players develop to bring their market.
I think it will be possible to make changes to our genome technology has been a driver to more abundant productivity.
Okay, ARM Holdings at the highs here. ARM, ARM. ARM Holdings. Okay, big gap up today, thanks to AMD. We got the dip and the rip. Okay, so if you traded the dip, this is a great strategy, folks. If you're not using it, you like to day trade. Obviously, you want to be paying attention to it, but you can put a trailing stop in once you see the setup. A lot of you have day jobs, so you can't watch these. So you're looking for the longer term trades like Oracle. Intel's probably going to double again, I would think. Intel will be probably a $200 stock by the end of the year, just judging by the whole AI build out, global AI. A lot of people are saying, we're overbought, Benny, blah, blah, blah. Got to pull back. Until it starts showing more signs, typical signs that we would normally see, like junk bonds dropping dramatically, like over here, back in February. This needs to happen if you're going to get bearish. You need to see junk bonds doing the opposite of what it's doing right now. It did slide a little bit, but we were neutral. So neutral, you want to keep an eye on junk bonds. This is a risky asset, so we know what's going to happen. We take the New York FANG components, that's breaking out. That upper band is starting to turn upward. You can see that. Volatility is starting to pick up. RSI is rising. MACD stochastics are still full on bullish, not losing any momentum. We've got the S&P equal weight index showing stocks are being bought. Okay, we got more stocks being bought. Turning the number of stocks above the 20-day, turning that back up. We've got a higher low pivot. Think of it as a stock. When you get a higher low, you want to be buying the dip, not the rip. You don't want to buy up here at 80. You want to buy when it pulls back. Okay, all of these are turned up. Number of stocks above the 50-day hit 50%. Now it's turning back up. The 50-day. So 50% of stocks, now 56.5% of stocks are above the 50-day. So we got another at least 20, 30%, 10% at a minimum, 10, 20% that we could see before we get overbought again. Last time we got overbought on the 50-day, you can see it over here. Okay, what happened? Markets just kept going though. So that's not the only indicator. That's why we're looking at all these different indicators, because you add them up, you get a result. If you're 50% or higher on your result, then you lean in that direction. Okay, NVIDIA is still going. NVIDIA is still going. Wow. Is there any news on NVIDIA? We got earnings. So the bottom line is with AMD earnings, now the next major thing we have to pay attention to if you're trading semiconductors, Frano suggested, taking a piece of SOXL yesterday, right? Had you listened to Frano, you'd be up 20, 30 points, right? If you bought it yesterday. Good call on SOXL yesterday, Frano.
Maximize monetization, and we also integrated our games business into Disney Entertainment. And this creates new opportunities to cross-promote franchises and use games to extend storytelling and ultimately develop new IP.
That, of course, was this morning, not last night. My days were all lost either when we're in earnings. I'm interested as to what Josh did to convince about perhaps his big Epic Games bet, the Fortnite bet that people have been worried about at the start of his reign.
Yeah, so it's really, as part of that whole content strategy, yes, you're right to point out video games, and they're basically trying to create, this one-stop shop, really using Disney Plus as kind of the hub for so many more products, because, at the end of the day, Disney has such a fantastic product portfolio with, of course, streaming, but then you have movies, and you have theme parks, and you have merchandise, and you have video games, and it's really, Josh D'Amaro kind of setting the stage for achieving that whole next phase of growth by leaning more heavily into that Disney Plus experience, right? With video games, you have access to a whole new audience, a much younger audience, whom you can sell into, and that's exactly what he's planning to do. But it's really about reinvigorating the content engine as a whole, and I think he did a pretty good job of convincing investors that he knows exactly what he's doing, and he has a plan in place.
Yeah, we're all excited for Devil Wears Prada 2 if you haven't already seen it, but Ethan took us to another place where content is coming. Warner Brothers Discovery got their earnings after the bell.
Okay, so that percentile level. Okay, so Andrew, the deal is this. We got very close to that 73.45. Actually, I think we touched it, right? Didn't we touch it? NVIDIA, SPX. We got to be running on. Yeah, we hit that level. So we hit it. They had to roll it.
Although I doubt they will do that.
It's a busy time of year for you too, Rang and Anthony, so I appreciate you. Bloomberg Intelligence. Let's stick with those earnings. We're getting back to AMD. Why? Because it's the biggest points contributor on the Nasdaq 100. That's at a record high. Its shares are a record high. We're at 17%. Bloomberg's Ryan Vestelika has been writing about, some of the competitive threats that are coming NVIDIA's way. Let's go in on AMD, because this isn't actually just a GPU story. This is a CPU story. This is about a total addressable market.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me. So what I would start with is that AMD coming into this report was coming off its biggest one-month gain since the dot-com era. So expectations were really elevated for this report, and even with that, it really just blew everyone away. Very strong results. upgrades I saw, including from Goldman this morning. People were very impressed by their ability to draw like really impressive growth and really.
Okay, Apple turning up. Damn it, I'm going to miss Apple. Shizzle. I wanted to buy some Apple. Apple. Damn it, Janet. My mind drifts there and I miss an opportunity. All right, we're turning here. All right, I'm going to buy some Apple here. All right, let me go. I want to go 285, 295. Apple. 285, 295. It's coming into lunch, so we could maybe get. I hate all these weeklies now. They're freaking confusing. 18th, is that the month? Okay, so Apple. What do we want? 285, 290. Look at 290, 295. No, that's a 30 delta. Buy 295 vertical, 295, 305 to 305. Everybody's moving. Everybody's chasing Apple. All right. All right. So I did 295, 305. Apple. See how far this goes here. Okay. Probably shouldn't have gone to 295. Should have done 290. That's a 37 delta. All right. All these are turning up, though. All of these are turning up. This is pretty wild. Microsoft turning now. Apple and Microsoft turning. Apple, Microsoft turning. BC pivots likely. Okay, here's Microsoft. Okay, what's Intel doing? Intel. Looking for a higher low, a C pivot on on Apple. Intel rather, Intel. NVIDIA day trade, maybe watch it here for a little profits. NVIDIA. NVDX.
How concentrated is too concentrated for this supply chain? MSTZ and more. Let's see on today's episode of Primer. That's tonight, Bloomberg, 6 p.m. ET, on Bloomberg Originals, 8 p.m. New York time. Now, sticking with chips, let's take a look at today's big
Bitcoin. Okay, Apple's trucking higher now. Apple turning. Okay, Apple turned. Mm-hmm. Apple.
How did an insurance company go from losing customers to customer satisfaction award?
Apple.
2 attempts to digitize auto claims have stalled. Cycle time lag. Customers were falling through coverage.
There. They called Deloitte to re-engineer the claims journey end to end.
In weeks, they brought teams and tech together to reshape the process. Effectiveness quadrupled. 3 whole days came off turnaround time.
Because in the insurance game, this is how you win. Showing up when customers need it most. Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg benchmarks for today's equity markets.
IFSR.
Okay, looking for follow through.
Some see heroes, others only egos. We see the era of billionaire athletes, a fad to some, the future of money to others.
IFSR.
We see crypto's trillion-dollar swings, the end of jobs, or the end of human struggle. We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype. While others follow the noise, we follow the money. Some see heroes, others only egos. We see the era of
Okay, Bitcoin. I'm still watching Bitcoin for follow through. Microsoft turning, Apple turning up, BNC pivots. All right, so these could fail. All right, just want to keep an eye on these because Apple, S&P is fading a bit. Apple. Okay, watching for a higher low, higher high. Apple. Apple. All right, futures pulling back pretty quickly here. All right, so we got up to that. We got up to the 73.50 level. They were able to take these trades off or roll them up to 73.75. Okay, now we're turning back down. Our hedge flows are starting to turn. Okay, be very diligent. Whatever you decided to take today, be very diligent. If they're day trades, see IONQ. What's IONQ doing? IONQ. This is going to be a big one. Basically, Jensen Huang gave the thumbs up for IONQ. All right, he stated something like quantum is like decades away, but then in the same, I think in the same day or in the same week, he said he favored IONQ or something along those lines. Let's see what Google can pick up on that conversation. IONQ was initially pooed by Jensen Huang. What was his subsequent view of the company, comma, quantum computing, comma, and our Rigetti, our GTI, and what was the other one? D-Wave? D-Wave, what's D-Wave symbol? D-Wave. D-Wave is what? D-Wave. QBTS. QBTS. All right, all of these are moving. Okay, so QBTS, Rigetti, all of these quantum names have a bid. Look at the volume. Okay. Okay. And QBTS. All right, let's see what this says. The evolution of Jensen Huang's stance on IONQ and the quantum sector, Rigetti QBTS, has been one of the most dramatic U-turns in recent market history. What started as a massive sell-off in January 25 has turned into a strategic partnership era where NVIDIA is positioning itself as the control plane for the entire quantum industry. Wow, this guy is navigating this like you can't even compare it to Steve Jobs and Apple from the initial iPhone, the music device shit, I can't even remember the name of the damn music device. iPod or whatever. The transition from cassette tape to everything being digital. Anyway, this triggered a historic route. IOQ plummeted 30%, while our Rigetti fell 45%. Okay, the therapy session. Okay, 2 months later, NVIDIA's GTC Quantum Day, Wang took a remarkably conciliatory tone. He opened the event by saying, this is the first event in history where a company CEO invites all of the guests to explain why he was wrong. This whole session is going to be like therapy session for me. Okay. The inflection point. Okay. The icing model. An open source AI driven model designed to solve the noise bottleneck in quantum computing. If you know how quantum works, it creates a lot of noise and a lot of false or conflicting signals. So that has to be worked out. So NVIDIA is in the middle of this. Strategic partner. Okay, so that's good. All three of these are turning. Okay.
You kind of put him for me on the radar, and I just feel like it was a time when so many people questioned what he was up to. Now everybody is so excited about the SpaceX IPO. We see increasingly how he's kind of melding his universe together. Tell us about kind of that bet, and even today we have
IONQ. Okay, IONQ.
maybe as much as almost 120.
All right, so IONQ. IONQ looks good. All right, that's starting to break out now. So I'm going to be adding to this position. And if you do any YouTube research, check out this guy. He's a very smart guy. His YouTube channel is called ticker symbol U, YOU. Just type that in, ticker symbol U. And check out this guy. He's got a bald-headed guy. He looks like he's about 30 years old. Pretty smart dude. And he covers a lot of ideas in the space. He goes into much, much greater detail, understanding the processes and meeting with the CEOs and the heads of different departments at CES. And he's got a great YouTube channel for those of you who want a little bit more information, okay, before you take something. But IONQ, Rigetti, these are all starting to break higher. QBTS. Okay, that's about to break about the 200-day. Okay. IONQ. RGTI. QBTS.
The supply chain doesn't exist very often, or not all parts of it exist. And I think also, as he's discussing, where he's going, he is getting the supply chain ready. He always sets the time frame, much sooner than most people expect. But it's to get his employees and the supply chain focused, because when he moves fast.
You've really helped to define people's perception of Elon Musk and the company Tesla largely as one that is not about making cars, but one that's about autonomy and robotics. When you walk out the Hilton here, different than where I live in Washington, D.C., driverless Waymos are picking people up and driving away with them all day long. The mainstreaming of autonomous vehicles is just about here. I'd like to know if you see that actually fulfilling itself in the next year, and if this is a zero-sum game, or you're going to have Uber, Waymo, Tesla, all involved.
Okay.
IONQ.
Conversation. In the robo-taxi world, Tesla's vertically integrated and has created the platform upon which
Hope everyone's having a good day.
build their companies. So I credit our team, so Tasha, Daniel, Brett Winton,
We have been focused on this from day
Okay.
one, 2014, when I founded ARC. And yes, slowly, then all at once. So vertical integration.
Oh, Kathy, it's on.
It will have the lowest cost structure by far. Now it's going to use Uber's umbrella here, $3 plus per mile. But if our analysis is correct, those costs as robotaxis scale are going to drop to 25 cents per mile. Think about it. The cost of transportation is going to collapse here. And no one, Waymo's cost structure, according to our estimates in 2030, will be 50% higher than Tesla's because they're dependent on other auto manufacturers and others in the supply chain that Tesla is not.
How are you thinking about the SpaceX IPO, Kathy? Do you anticipate there's so much enthusiasm going into it, massive size, massive interest, but do you think there'll be a drop off initially after once it makes its public debut, and then ultimately kind of play out like Tesla did, that eventually it goes up again? Like, how do you see the trajectory?
Right. So this is only, at least what we know so far, $75 billion. There is so much demand out there. We have in our venture fund, so ARKVX, SpaceX is the largest position. And because we're direct to consumer when it comes to venture, although the fund has scaled north of 850 million, investors had to look for us. And how did they find us? They were looking for SpaceX. So the demand is voracious out there. Only 75 billion. Yes, it's a big IPO, but just think about how SpaceX has reawakened the dream of space exploration. This has captured the imagination not just of investors, but really everyone.
So does that mean you don't think it'll fly? You think the enthusiasm will continue, or do you think there will be some settling in?
I think there'll be supply-demand imbalance in the beginning. You'll see that pop. It will be volatile, I would imagine, but we hope to serve in terms of providing our research. We've already got a SpaceX model out there on our site, arc-invest.com. We have not added data centers, orbital data centers in. However, our preliminary work suggests that that part of the business could take, relative to our existing model, could take Tesla from a revenue generation point of view, orders of magnitude higher, 10, 20 times higher.
I'm so glad you went there. Data centers in space, and I mentioned before we got going, it came up on a real estate panel where so many of the real estate investors, even like related companies, have switched their focus to data centers. But we brought up data centers in space. What does that mean, though, then for all of the data center build out and money that is happening here on Earth? Does that mean a lot of that goes away? There's a little bit of a bubble. Like, how do we reconcile that?
We think, and this is the important judgment call. Is this hype? Is this 1999? I can tell you unequivocally, it is not. As I mentioned, the seeds were planted then. Now we're ready, and we think this technology revolution is going to dwarf the industrial revolution by far. So I think that we'll need the orbital data centers. And of course, Elon is informed by his experience in Memphis, Tennessee, and now Mississippi. Memphis became not in my backyard. You're increasing my electricity prices, and you're ruining our.
Okay, so Rigetti, D-Wave, QBTS, IONQ. All those look good. All right, so markets are seeing a little profit taking. Okay, so futures turning back up. Okay, let's see what hedge flows look like. Are they going to go and take this too? They're going to take 73, 75. Markets are super bullish. AMD turning, okay, AMD turning back up. Okay, so that might be an opportunity. I'm not going to trade AMD. I'm going to give it a couple of days. NVIDIA looking for more upside.
She was
saying, people are chasing GPUs. They're going to be really shocked at how agentic AI activates activates CPUs. Yesterday, Lisa Su provided a stat we had never heard before. Right now, for every CPU, there are 4 to 5 GPUs when it comes to enabling AI. Lisa thinks it's going to be 1-to-1 in the future. I think that has been the sleeper. And you see, Intel has taken off. In fact, we're seeing a lot of stocks that were, they were very big in the bubble. And I just said to our team today, I said, what's going on? We're going back to the future. Intel resurrecting, yes, and Flextronics is now called Flex. So I think we need it all.
Not to mention data storage, which has been one of the most remarkable examples of a shortage creating a monster rally. So you need these old-fashioned chips to get to this new-fashioned AI.
All hands on deck.
And we want to ask you about a story that came out. Google, Microsoft gave U.S. agency early access to AI models. So basically, the White House vetting AI models. Is this good or bad?
And knowing this administration and David Sachs, our AI czar, I don't think we're talking about heavy regulation here. We might be talking more about national security. National security, we heard this with Mythos, software that, has been in place for 60 years and never been penetrated. AI can find these vulnerabilities. So we're probably trying to tighten up a lot of what we do out there and make sure that our industries are safe.
Doesn't that bring a political implication, though, to what may or may not be available to people if the White House is choosing which platform we ought to use?
It's interesting, and this is taking a leaf from OpenAI in its early days. ChatGPT are saying, we don't think we can use this. This is too powerful. It's great marketing. It's true that it's very powerful, but it's also great marketing. A lot of the people at Anthropic came from OpenAI, so while they're blazing trails, no question about it, and they're leapfrogging one another, which is great. Competition is great for us here, including competition from China. I think that we're on our way.
I want to ask you about stablecoins, Tether, and their potential. Do you think it has a chance to become big in the U.S. and the U.S. acting? You've also invested in Circle. Are you looking at another stablecoin related players beyond that?
Okay, Netflix turning back up again. All right, so Google back to the highs. Apple going to make another leg. Looks like another leg up. Okay, so let's see what that looks like. Apple looks good. Apple. All right, so we're another leg here. So a higher low, looking for a higher high. RSI still rising, still room to the upside before it gets overbought, if you want to call it that. But also, I'm on the 1 minute, so trading on the 1 minute. Sometimes I'll shift to the 3 minute and see how much more room we got on the 3 minute. Can we make it to the upside? You can see this trend on the 100 period has been up and to the right. Coming into today, 60-minute time frame, we're above the 20 EMA and the 10 EMA. So we want to see that follow through. We already had some triggers earlier on Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft, 1 minute chart on Microsoft, kind of flattening out a little bit. NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA is kind of stalling. This not unusual for this time of day. ARM Holdings. Okay, Intel. Okay, these are all, they're just kind of coasting right now, it looks like. Futures are turning back down, so don't let it go red to green, green to red, all right? S&P's at the highs. Upper Bollinger Band, 73.50. We know 73.75 is the max level right now, 0 day, 73.75. Okay, Tesla looking pretty interesting here, right? Tesla. Okay, let's look at Tesla. Okay, Tesla, TSLA. Tesla, grinding a bit higher. AMD. Okay, off the low. Gapped up off the low. A little profit taking. I'll probably do something. I'll address AMD in the next few days. I don't want to chase it up here. Might miss the opportunity. That's okay with me. Same thing I was talking about with Micron. Might miss the opportunity. That was on Monday, gapped up on Monday. So if you want to trade these, you could also think about SOXL. Okay, SOXL is working really well. Instead of picking names, it moves about $10 a day, so it's not a slow mover by any means. Okay, ARM Holdings, let's see, it wants to go again. ARM Holdings, holding hands. Okay, that looks good. Buyers at the low of the day. So these buyers that are in here, noted by the wicks and the fact that we stay above the 90 MA, these buyers are saying again, okay, we'll push this higher. What is the what's the put call ratio on ARM? Put call. Probably leaning very heavily. 0.42. All right, so it's leaning very heavy to the call side. Okay, for every put traded, there's approximately 2.4 calls being bought. See, more aggressive than the ratio that we saw for NVIDIA. So chips are being bought, and people are pressing their luck. I mean that only in the sense that you have to keep an eye on these. You can't just take the trade and go to lunch. Maybe you can. So the other thing I said earlier, and I've been thinking about this all this week, is what happens at AMD earnings? Does the market give a thumbs up or thumbs down? Obviously, the markets gave AMD a thumbs up. So the next thing that we have to be concerned with is NVIDIA. All right, so NVIDIA earnings are what a lot of people, I'm sure, are talking about it right now or have talked about it. May 20th, Wednesday after the close, May 20th, is when NVIDIA will report. So I think we're going to have a bullish bias. Doesn't mean we're going to go up every single day, but it does mean we're going to be leaning bullish into NVIDIA earnings. Now, how can I tell, Vinny? How can I tell? Well, you'll be able to tell by looking at the S&P for starters. Okay, S&P, if we go out into the future next Wednesday, okay, and I'm gonna change the color here so it's a little bit more garish. Okay, so you see where we are right now? You see where we are right here, 7,300. See that? See all the purple? All right, that's because it's active, but each one of these panes is Thursday and Friday. All right. Actually, it's into next week. Into next week. This is Wednesday, way over here. Now, what do you notice? What do you notice? Below 7,200, I notice a lot of support. So a lot of purple in here. So going into NVIDIA earnings, things look pretty positive if I'm reading this right. Positions further out in time. Notice all the purple into the future. Notice all this right in here. A lot of purple down below. A lot of positive gamma.
And the credit markets are already reacting and saying this would be, credit negative. That basically, on the other end of the line of this deal, you'd end up with a GameStop eBay combo that's saddled with debt to the point that it's potentially distressed. So it's going to be tough for him to get eBay
7,300, 7,300, 7,200. Okay, so May 13th. Okay, so this should be pretty exciting. So we should have pretty stable markets, I would think, unless this changes. Okay. All right, so Apple.
Region, the value of M&A involving European companies has risen 39% to more than $455 billion this year. Volumes climbing back to highs not seen in almost 2 decades. Bloomberg's Crystal C joins us now from London to discuss deals that we have seen this week. And Crystal, let's start with something that involves banking in both Italy and Germany.
Yeah, that's right. So that is what you're referencing is UniCredit, Andrea Cello going after Commerzbank in Germany. And that's actually a deal that's been playing out since 2024. And the development is that this week the acceptance period has opened where Commerce shareholder can tender their share to UniCredit at a discount. So that is actually quite controversial, where Commerce management hasn't quite endorsed or engaged in this, but Orchel has gone directly to shareholder asking them to tender.
Yeah, it's not just Commerzbank management that's not thrilled about it. The German government is not excited either. Another deal that you're watching for us, Crystal, is Vodafone getting full control of the UK mobile phone operator, the biggest one in the country. It's a deal worth £4.3 billion.
That's right. So Vodafone 3 was a joint venture between CK Hutchison in Hong Kong and Vodafone in the UK. They had actually originally planned to, Vodafone had planned to take over the entire company once the company reaches £16.5 billion in valuation. And they're actually saving a few bucks here. The company is now valued at somewhere around £13 billion. And Vodafone's going to take over the entire company. And that comes at a time where CK Hutchison and some other Hong Kong conglomerates are reviewing their assets overseas. And that ties into that theme that they're bringing money back home to Hong Kong.
All right, good stuff. Bloomberg's Crystal C joining us from London, covering those deals for us in Europe. Now, coming up on Bloomberg Deals, Searchlight Capital had its strongest year on record. The CEO, Eric Zinterhofer, joins us next to share his view on potential risks in media. Also this week, Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla spoke on Bloomberg about his acquisition plans for the year going forward.
We will do both on this type of acquisitions. At that magnitude, yes, we will continue doing it. Probably are focusing right now on earlier stage science, and we are very, very active in that field.
How did an insurance company go from losing customers to winning a customer satisfaction award?
Let's rewind the videotape. 2 attempts to digitize auto claims had stalled. Cycle times lagged. Customers were falling through the coverage.
There. They called Deloitte to re-engineer the claims journey end to end.
In weeks, they brought the teams and tech together to reshape the process. Effectiveness quadrupled. 3 whole days came off turnaround time.
Because in the insurance game, this is how you win, by showing up when customers need it most.
I'm very excited about our reinvention story today, which is literally 160 years in the making.
The reinvention was trying to bring a company into the trends of the future.
A fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's trillion-dollar circus, while others follow the noise. We follow the money.
Joining me each week on Wall Street, stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about. How did the top global beverage producer go from vendor credit holds to...
Okay, Oracle starting that next leg, folks. Okay, Oracle starting. Start me up. Got some tunes in the background. Oracle starting. Frano. 200-day test run. Breaking above pivots. Recent pivot high. Pivot high. Okay, that looks good. Okay. All right, so Defender, IONQ above the 55. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That's what I'm thinking too. Same thoughts. Same thoughts here. Same thoughts. I have a position for over a week. All right, what's my position in or let me just post my position I have in IONQ. IONQ. Okay.
He says Searchlight is steering away from disruption risks. Eric joins me now for an exclusive look at the big picture when it comes to deals.
All right.
I'm so glad to speak with you. We saw how the first quarter of 2026 was a banner quarter of deal making. I just want to start with this idea. Is M&A really back?
I don't know that it's fully back.
January 50, 60, and 55, 65.
It is. And the reason I differentiate between the two is when you look at, these large cap big companies, growth is challenged in many sectors, and M&A can help drive growth, drive synergies. And so you're seeing a lot of large scale M&A, which I think we'll continue to see over the next year.
Is there a shift, do you think, away from sponsors and towards strategic buyers?
We've seen that. So we mentioned it 4 times realizations over the last 12 months. And that was predominantly 2 strategics for the reasons I described. In the case of Ziply, Bell bought us, and it was about expansion into North America. It was a growth story. Same with our sale of Euclid, which is about
Fast money?
CRC expanding into a whole new realm of insurance.
I don't know what you mean, Joe. Okay, Google breaking out. Google breaking out.
How much more competitive are processes now than, say, a year ago or 5 years ago?
Okay, this market is like, market is smoking crack.
We're seeing, at least in the stuff that we're participating in, good assets are seeing multiple buyers at high prices, but it's really bifurcated.
CNBC. Oh, CNBC. Oh, you mean halftime report? Yeah, let me put halftime report on. CNBC.
We know there's a lot of big IPOs.
Get everything right, but he literally tried to suggest, and then I'm not sort of hanging this on him. He was like, okay, this is one of those things. Now they come out with a DRAM ETF after these stocks have made this parabolic move. It's got to be a sign of something, and all it turned out to be was a sign of just increasing momentum behind. There it is. Yeah. So right there.
Let's
quarter to date, it's up 74%.
Let's dig a little deeper. No disrespect to Roundhill and Dave Mazza. They're doing a great job. God bless them that they rolled this out.
All right, there goes Google. I wanted to get back in Google so bad. I gotta figure out a strategy. Where you do, maybe you do like a buy right, $5, $10 on the money. Even that, if you do a buy right, you buy shares and you sell calls on something that's bullish like Google, it takes you out, and then you limit your opportunities, right? Google is just gone crazy here. Look at the weekly trend. I mean, this could very well do exactly what it did here from 207 up to 349. I mean, Micron did it. But all of these are starting to resemble Eiffel Tower looking patterns. But we have to weigh that with what the build out's going to be. I don't know. I just can't chase it, unfortunately. All right, so we just keep doing these day trades on the bullish. They're bullish, so we can take these day trades for sure. Stocks like Intel, okay. Stocks like Intel that dip, okay. We get oversold conditions. Okay, you get the oversold conditions. You get long, okay, and we just keep moving our stop up now. It looks like we'll get above 113 at least.
DRAM, that ETF, what's unique about it is prior to DRAM, the only way to own SK Hynix and Samsung was EWY, and SK Hynix and Samsung are 50% of that ETF. Whereas as a U.S. investor, if you want explicit exposure, that DRAM gives you 50% of those 2 companies, which are the largest, and like SanDisk is only a 5% weighting, and so it is
DRAM.
Topish, but it is a unique way for U.S. investors to own those 2 big companies.
This isn't a conversation,
DRAM,
by the way, about trying to call a top in any of these names. It's trying to have a thoughtful conversation to attempt to do a service to the viewers who are in these names and are trying to figure out whether.
Okay, they offer options here. This is DRAM. Okay, this incorporates Micron and Samsung and a few other. Okay, this is a fairly new. Brent just mentioned this one. Buying in the money, like January's. Let's see what those look like. Those are $12. Oh, these are pretty expensive, actually. They're pretty tight spreads. 20 cents.
They're not going to be deleting any of their data until they figure out how to use that to be able to monetize. And so I think
50,
there is going to be a different
60.
cohort of companies that are going to have to increase their compute and their storage in order to figure out how they are going to use AI over the next 10 years. It goes way beyond tech.
Well, look, all of these companies, as Robert Smith would say from Vista Equity Group, as he pretty much did the other day, all of these companies are looking to agendify the way that they do their businesses. That's only at the beginning. They're all trying to figure out how to do it to an even greater magnitude.
All right, so DRAM, good way to play that. Apple, kind of stalling a ABCD pattern, looking for a higher low. We don't want this to take out VWAP. Microsoft, same thing. Microsoft, okay, want to stay above VWAP. Intel, okay, want to stay above VWAP. Broadcom turning back up. There goes Amazon. Did I get back in Amazon? I don't think I did. I did not. Amazon. There goes Amazon. AMZN. Amazon. It is, I don't know. This is getting a little risky now. I missed my opportunity. 11:30 was the point where it would have been good. That's 3 points overhead. I can't chase it. But Amazon looks like it wants to go. If you don't mind swinging it for a couple of days, Amazon.
I think everything else is just going to be the equivalent of an app. But that's going to, where you could go back and say, hey, maybe we're in 1997, 1998, because we still have all of this technology.
Okay, let's look through some of the top 10. Let's see if any of these dipped at all. AMD, top 10, flat. ARM Holdings, we talked about that one. It dipped, profit taking on AMD news, and then it popped back up. ARM Holdings. ARM. Oh, APA. ARM Holdings.
Robust. I do want to hit on a couple of things. Our chart of the day. I want to call attention to Corning today. It's surging because it's partnering with NVIDIA. And if you have
ARM Holdings,
NVIDIA, you announce it, and you look at the stock price, it does that. It's up 11%. So, by the way, the Corning CEO and Jensen Huang of NVIDIA are going to be on Mad Money tomorrow. You don't want to miss that. So they're going to talk about that. You have both of these names. So, without question, Corning is in the sweet spot because there is no way you could complete the infrastructure of AI without the optic fiber cabling. So the relationship with NVIDIA now allows them to increase that production by nearly 50%. They already have pre-existing
GLW, so they're partnering up with NVIDIA. Okay, so you got the dip. Okay, that looks like it's going to keep going. GLW, it pulled back. This is probably going to be one of these ones where we're going to be looking back saying, if I didn't buy it, I can't chase it now. January.
You have it in basically both places. That's not good. I can't own a stock that's up 12% today personally, and also own in the JOTA. You're making a personal hedging move. You're not worried about the momentum leaving anytime soon, because that would be a different conversation altogether, right? No, the momentum's not leaving anytime soon, and I keep talking to you about this. The momentum is the single most dominant factor in the market right now. It is up 2% today. If you want to identify when the semis and when memory is going to peak, first look at momentum. Momentum, you'll come in one day, it's down 3.5%, 4%. You know that's the beginning. So wait, so just to be clear, for any viewer who may have followed you into the name, you're not saying they should also... No, we own get out. You own it. I know, but you can't make. You just did a rebalance. I get it, but you can't make as nimble moves in your ETF.
You're staying with
this is just a move to hedge yourself.
No, the optic fiber cabling is so critical in AI infrastructure. And then, oh, by the way, guess what?
Apple iPhones, the glass all comes from Corning. Yeah, well, you bought more Apple today. I did. Initially, you keep doing that.
Okay, so we got an Apple. Just got an Apple mention. We got a GLW mention. I like GLW here. If you're thinking about it, I'm thinking about it too. Maybe some options out in January. I'm looking at the 210, 220. 210 is a 52 delta. Buy the 210, sell the 220 for about $3. Let's see what kind of return we can get for that. All right, so 210, 220. 210, 220. Okay, so we 250 or so. 250. So 250 to make 700 max profit. Okay, so if you take a spread, January 210, 220, GLW, all right. So you take a 210, 220, that is a 50 delta. 210, 220, January 210, 220. So you're buying the 210, you're selling the 220 in one transaction. It's cost you about $2.60. You stand to make $750 maximum. Play the trend. All right, they're working with NVIDIA as a partnership to build out infrastructure. As Joe was just saying, you can't build out the infrastructure with NVIDIA and everything else without the fiber optic. And NVIDIA just put together a partnership with GLW. So buying the dip makes sense. Okay, so again, that's a January 210, 220. You can look at a different, maybe you want to go out to like a 40 delta. I chose a 50 delta only because it looks really good. And I think that's doable. 50 delta is a 50% probability we're going to touch it or get close to it. I don't care if we touch it. I just want us to close the gap between 180 and 210. So if we can get up to 190, 195, these calls are going to do very well. 210, 220, 210, 220 for January GLW. Jenny's pretty feisty. Pretty feisty, Jenny. She didn't put up with Wapner. I like her. All right, there goes Tesla. Tesla's on the move. Tesla moving. Yep, I just saw it. Tesla moving. Tesla go boom. Okay. All right, what do I want to do here? Apache. Okay, what did the energy stocks do? Apache, APA, they pull back? Oh, gap down. All right, let me, this could be the start of a downtrend. I'm going to go ahead and close these calls. All right. Cancel.
The biggest players are desperately trying to find ways to make this more efficient. What does more efficient mean? It means fewer chips.
Okay, APA, I'm out. APA, I'm out.
So I'm not sure, like everything's priced in as if this level and this kind of spending.
What's Baker Hughes doing? Baker Hughes, okay, BKR. They're in the generator build out. Okay.
I don't think this pace continues. I don't think this pace continues in the semis or the mega cap stocks.
So by the way, we looked it up. So Micron's market cap was $90 billion last year, 750 billion. So if that doesn't tell you what this market has done, thanks for that, Finn. Then I don't know what does. But anyway, we've got some news coming out of the Anthropic Developer Conference out in San Francisco. Our Kate Mooney is there and has the headlines for us. What do we learn?
Hey, Scott, so a couple different headlines out of Anthropic today. First,
Apple going.
Developer Conference, the company launching a suite of updates, they say.
Apple's going.
Manage multiple AI agents. I know you guys were just talking about the power of agents. That's a big theme here. The updates they just unveiled today are going to make it easier for these AI agents to work autonomously, to check and then correct some of their own work
really all of this is really
Okay,
developing
Tesla
AI
going here.
working
Tesla.
without a human autonomously. When we talk about AI agents, of
Okay,
course,
Tesla, Tesla, Tesla. Let's see what Tesla looks like. All right, so using your 1 minute chart for oversold. Okay, we got oversold early this morning, but we've been trending. I got TSLL shares. I don't have any options. We're overbought right now on the 1 minute. So go to the 5 minute, 15 minutes. So if you're going to enter with a 5 minute, you need to trade with a 5 minute. Don't go down to the 1 minute looking for signals. 15 minute looks good. Got plenty of room to the upside. 15 minute to 60 minute Tesla. All right, looks like it could launch off of this level. All right, so it looks good on the 60 minute. So if you're going to trade on the 60 minute, use the 60 minute for your stops. Put a stop underneath this low at 295-ish, 395.
So these developer conferences, they tend to be sort of the tip of the spear for what we should actually expect in overall AI.
Okay, Apple turned up.
On what we can expect
Apple.
from other companies, including the mega cap companies out there for this technology. And
Okay.
again, a leader in coding.
Okay, Oracle.
Has been sprinting to catch up in this arena
Oracle.
and the enterprise business. And Scott, finally, we did just get some news headlines out that SpaceX and xAI did sign a deal with Anthropic to provide even more compute capacity, which is really the engine of all of these updates. They say as part of that deal, Anthropic did express interest in multiple gigawatts of orbital AI compute, meaning essentially data centers in space. It comes to SpaceX, of course, looks to go public. Scott, back over to you.
Which we were just chatting about. Kate, thank you very much. It's Kate Rooney at the Anthropic Developers Conference. Coming up, we have a new buy from Joe Terranova. We'll tell you the
Okay,
name,
let's
plus
go
we gotta
see what
call it.
Oracle looks like.
That's a flash update to one of his stocks.
Ooh, or CL. Oracle.
Best stocks in the market.
What? Of course I do. Of course you have Oracle. What's going on? Yeah, I do. Oracle's on here. Scans. What's the deal here? Oracle. I had a bunch of charts. There we go. I don't know why I didn't see it. That's weird. Weird. Rachel. What the heck? Rachel Ziegler. Whatever happened to her? Weird. Poo-poo and Snow White. That really helped out her career. That was a dumb move. Rachel Ziegler. The prince was a stalker. That's kind of a moronic comment. Jeez. Man, you just can't make some of these things up. People get on social media and they say the dumbest things. You know, what were you thinking? I think she's from Jersey too, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, Oracle. Yeah, Oracle looks good. Oracle, 60 minute. Oracle. All right, it looks good. Oracle, 60 minute. You're going to get Permini? Yeah. You need gas? You probably need gas, right? Well, you need to get bread. Whatever you think. Just don't go crazy. I filled up my tank. It was over $50. Can't imagine having a pickup truck on like a F-150. Mondo, your gas budget must be crazy.
All right, welcome back. Take a look at Disney because that stock was moving on the back of its earnings report. The first under the new CEO.
the streaming and parks driving the revenue beat. The stock's up 7%. Obviously, the street, Jenny, likes what they heard.
Right. So, I mean, you know, it's kind of, even though it's a good report, it's kind of the same argument. There's nothing changed to my investment thesis. And the investment thesis is the following. Trades at 14 times earnings. It has double-digit growth ahead. This is a business that a huge part of its revenues, parks, can't be replaced by AI. And as I think through everything, I'm like, all right, what does a potentially weakening consumer do to the stock? What does AI do to disrupt the company? With respect to the consumer, this is the upside to having a K-shaped economy. There are still a lot of people who can afford Disney and love Disney and are going. With respect to AI, and we heard Josh D'Amaro on just before this show, and he was saying, hey, technology and AI should be very helpful for us. It should create efficiencies. We can bring things under one roof together. So we see that starting to happen. And, when you have a stock trading at 14 times, you've got a huge margin of safety. It doesn't take much to beat in surprise. So they were up 7% on revenues, 5% on income. It was being priced as if it was going to be flat and kind of dead forever.
So
it's a great business.
So our viewers obviously know about the bet that Jenny and Josh have.
Initiated that.
Well, no, I'm just saying, our viewers know about that. By the end of the year, bigger total return from like a month ago for Disney or Netflix. And I bring that up because you just bought Netflix.
Yes.
Personally.
Yes.
Okay,
Well,
why?
I got back into Netflix. Look, maybe you can call this sentimental. Viewers of the show know that I have actively traded Netflix for many, many years now. I liquidated Netflix, unfortunately, personally, at what I think it was a poor level. And if you look back, obviously it was in the upper 70s. But once the late February announcement came out that Netflix was walking away from Warner Brothers, you saw a significant spike. And now Netflix post-earnings has retreated right back into that gap. If you could lengthen that chart as I speak, maybe back 3 months, you'll see it's right back in the gap. So I believe in the Netflix story. I believe in the streaming story. I actually think I would have liked to have seen Jenny give more emphasis on the streaming from Disney, because I think that was the real thing to take comfort in. Streaming was really strong. The value of ESPN is there for Disney. And I think the same thing applies as it relates to Netflix. If you can execute on streaming, you will have shareholders pay a premium for your stock price.
See, and this is exactly why I don't care that much about streaming right now. So just from a return perspective, parks experiences are $2.6 billion of their profit. That's over 50% of their profit. That grew at 5%. Streaming and sports, that's like, those grew collectively a little bit flat, like 6% on entertainment, negative 5% on sports. But here's the thing, Joe. When I think through Disney versus Netflix, I really think Netflix, like AI is destructive to Netflix. Because with AI, their competitive barriers are lower. It is much easier to compete on content creation. It's much easier to compete on making movies and making TV shows. And I think Netflix's competitive barrier is being broken down. Whereas when we think about this $2.6 billion of profit on parks, well, like I said, well.
Okay, what a day. What a day, huh?
You can't create a new cruise ship. You can't create a new theme park just using AI. All it can do.
Okay, Microsoft's starting to turn down right now.
They're saying that AI generated content.
And Microsoft, maybe I want to take some profits on Microsoft. Let's see. Microsoft.
AI-generated content. People will be able to create new content more easily, more cheaply, thanks to AI.
What are they going to do? Start their own streaming services?
Who knows what they're going to start? They're going to create, like, if I'm a young kid, say I'm like a 28-year-old kid.
Jenny Harrington Plus is like a new streaming service. You're going to do this? What are you going to charge for that?
Is like way too old and
what are you going to charge for that?
Scott, you know as well as I do. If you're a 28-year-old kid and you're out of work and you were a film major and you want to make a film and you want to do something really cool, you have a much higher ability to do that.
Okay, Oracle, we just cleared that pivot high, 189. So next leg up is underway.
But if you sell it to Netflix, it may pay a fraction of the price of their paying for the content.
Conversation. Guys, there are competitive barriers to entry that are now made lower, not gone, that are now made lower.
Okay, what happened there? 185, 185.
No, from anyone who actually has skills, who actually wants to create create a movie today. They can do that more easily and more cheaply.
But how, I
because of
understand.
AI
So
tools.
how is that a competitor to Netflix?
Because now, what does Netflix do? All Netflix wants are your eyeballs, right? They're in competition for your eyeballs. Now there's more competition for your eyeballs. If you're a young kid or like a whatever, any person.
Like I said, so they're gonna, this young kid who creates this thing through AI is gonna then start a streaming service.
Scott, you're missing the point. They're going to take your
Yeah, Scott, you're missing the point. Shut up. I love Jenny. She cracks me up. It's like somebody you invite to the party and she's like, gets everybody going.
Netflix just bought Ben Affleck's AI tool making kit. I think it's called Interact, but no, this Netflix bought it.
Netflix.
It actually actually helps Netflix because then young filmmakers can easily build.
Okay, once we get to 195, we'll have to take these off. Okay.
For Netflix, and I'll say with Netflix, if you have $20 to spend, are you going to have Netflix over Disney? You're going to have Netflix. Netflix has, without a doubt, the best platform. I think they're going to continue to grow their market share because they just have such good content. I think AI is an absolute beneficial to Netflix and their ability to grow content.
I think it decreases competitive barriers. But let's just take the show. Let's just take this show for 1 second.
Okay.
Like, okay,
Some
back
tells
in the
me
day.
it's longer than 1 second, but go
All right,
ahead.
fine.
Go ahead, you're on a roll.
Okay, let's just go for 20 minutes. So back in the day, right, when we were all growing up, because we're old now, we had like ABC, NBC, CBS, PBS. We had a few channels. Think about this show alone, who you're competing with eyeballs for in this moment. You're competing with YouTube. You're competing with all the game apps. You're competing with everything. That's what I'm saying. Netflix now is going to have more competition from everywhere because AI is going to make it easier to create content that'll draw eyes away from just Netflix.
Jenny, the mistake you're making is believing that
Netflix turning up.
I believe they can.
Okay, so be excited about the fact that streaming
Google turning up more.
Report, that's a reason to own it, but that doesn't mean that Netflix is going to lose their streaming strength as a result of that. Both
It's
can
going to
win.
be corroded. The competitive barriers are lowering. Their strength and monopoly will be corroded. Not quite monopoly, will be corroded. He hates it when I get into competitive barriers.
Are we doing this next thing now, or are we taking a break and having like a martini? What are we doing?
You're welcome.
We're doing it here? Okay, thank you. Kevin Flynn, ladies and gentlemen. We have a flash update, as we told you about, to Josh's best stocks in the market. Maybe his head would have exploded if he was part of the last segment. So please, let's not go there. Let's just stay here on this stock of yours that is breaking out, which is what?
Are we talking about Flex today?
We are. Yes, please
All right,
stay on the tracks with that.
No, I apologize. My brain is broken from listening to Jenny tell me that AI is going to recreate the NFL. And all right, fine. So,
No, that's not what I said.
Please, just keep the train on the track, okay? Go ahead.
Flex is making a huge announcement. This is a name that's been on the best stocks in the market list. We've done multiple.
All right, yeah, he talked about Flex last week. That was a good call on Josh's part. Almost bought that position too. Almost got into this.
Catering to electrification of data centers, cooling, etc. This is a massive growth business for them. They reported insane numbers today, and the current
Wow, all these companies reporting insane numbers says a lot about the build out that people were reluctant to believe could continue. Kept talking about that circular investing between OpenAI and NVIDIA, and NVIDIA buys you and you buy this. Flex. Wow, look at Flex. Josh mentioned this one, I believe, on Monday, maybe end of last week.
Spotlight these names for the viewers, hopefully in advance of this type of activity.
I wish we had more time. We'll do it next time, right? We gotta go, right? We gotta go. We'll see you back on the desk, I think, tomorrow. So we'll look forward to that. So come prepared. Come prepared for what I have no idea. We're back after this. Martine.
CRCG. CRCL.
Okay.
CRCG.
STFS.
Okay. Oh, okay.
CRCG. CRCL. CCUP. CRCL. CRCG. STFS halted to the upside.
We are back on halftime. I'm Brandon Gomez with your CNBC News Update. The FBI has launched a criminal leak investigation on the Atlantic magazine journalist who wrote a detailed account on Castor Patel, director of the FBI's behavior, including accusations of his excess alcohol consumption. That's according to MS Now, citing sources familiar. The journalist, Sarah Fitzpatrick, quoted 24 anonymous sources in her article. Leak investigations typically focus on government officials, not journalists. Patel sued the Atlantic for $250 million following the report claiming defamation. North Korea, meantime, has revised its
I can't stand Atlantic.
aim of reunifying with South
The
Korea.
paper.
The
They are
revised text does
such
not make reference
jerks.
to South Korea in any hostile terms, but marks the first time North Korea has added a territorial clause to its constitution.
Arrogant, too.
And a group of Magnum investors
Know-it-alls.
has criticized the ice cream maker for curtailing Ben & Jerry's social activism and board independence. That's according to a shareholder letter viewed by Reuters. The shareholders, led by North Star Asset Management, say Magnum has dismantled the brand's social mission, which is its brand equity. More halftime and the judge after this.
MRAM. DIN may res in 10 seconds.
Looks good.
STFS may resume in less than a minute.
Okay, looks good. All right, futures coming back a bit. All right. I don't want to get too bullish. I want to pay attention to some of this price action too, because we are off the low. Intel looking for a follow through into the end of the week.
All right, let's take a look at Uber. There it is, up 8%. Like, if you wow the street, obviously, these days with your earnings, your stock's popping as this one is. They issued higher than expected bookings guidance. And you bought the name?
I did. Again, another name that I have traded around. This one I got out of in the mid-80s, back into it. This is an excellent report. I love the strength in delivery, up 34% on the revenue growth. And I really like what they're doing with the balance sheet here. The free cash flow generation is remarkably strong. If you look at their credit profile, they're probably going to jump from BBB to single A at some point in the next couple of months.
AI just gave me a business plan for a rideshare thing. I'm launching it, and we're going to compete with Uber.
I got to sell my position.
Starting tomorrow.
That's a ridiculous thing to say.
It is.
A ridiculous thing to say.
It
because,
is?
Yes, because the barriers to entry.
No, we're starting tomorrow.
No,
Well, I have the car.
because you know perfectly well the barriers to entry on creating an Uber are very difficult.
Well, I have a car and I have AI.
Well, then you know what? You should go drive for Uber.
Well, I just said I'm going to start a business that's going to
no,
compete.
but if you have a car, you should drive. Just to replicate the Uber platform, and this actually goes to the earnings, to replicate the Uber platform is very difficult. There's pipes, there's people, there's logistics.
As is replicating the Netflix platform.
I didn't say replicate the Netflix platform. I said it's easier to make a movie. It's easier to make a movie. You're digging your own hole. No, you're digging yours. It's easier to make a movie that's going to steal some eyeballs, and you steal a bunch of eyeballs here and a bunch of eyeballs there, and the incremental eyeballs add up. It's hard to create an Uber.
I just got Kevin Flynn, our EP. He's driving for me. My AI plan.
Kevin would never drive for you, Scott.
He likes the company. AI just created it.
I got bad news for you. Everyone's picking on the wrong.
Shan's looking for a side hustle. She's.
No, I'm looking for those burger and fries delivered to me here at the Hat Town.
Well, we'll deliver them with the new company that I have.
All right. You know what? You were trying to get away from this. Don't blame me for going back into the argument.
What do you got?
Oh, wait. Don't I get to talk about Uber since I paid $22 for it?
Okay, Apple's still grinding a bit higher. Apple at the high of the day, starting to see a little profit taking. Do I want to take profits too and maybe re-enter at the low? This is a day trade after all. It's up nicely today. ARM holdings. Okay, ARM's okay.
We'll do that. Do you want to talk more about Uber?
Okay, we're going to take a break and we're going to check in on the crypto trade.
IONQ. All right, IONQ. That one's breaking out, IONQ. So we're looking for 65, I believe. IONQ. Okay, we're looking for 60. Somewhere around 60 would be a good level, right? Okay, let's look at the weekly time frame on IONQ. All right, this you have to have enough time. You have to have enough time. IONQ, I'll be probably rolling out. I have June. I also have January calls, but I have June. I have June 55s, and I have January 50-60s. So the 50-60s are going to really start to rip here. IONQ. So do I want to add more? I want to get up to about 25 of these. The 50-60s, I think we definitely can do 60. But I'm looking at this as a proxy to the end of the year. What can we see by the end of the year? We got to make it through the summer. So maybe into like July. July tends to be a peak for tech. Maybe into July, we'll maybe take some profits off into strength. So I need to be at least June, July. So I have June and I have January. So the Junes I'll probably roll out to July or August. I'll keep the Januaries. I'll just probably add the Januaries on dips. So overall, IONQ looks really good. So I'm looking at a 50% retracement right now, which gives us eyeballing it, just about 60, right? All right, so we got the high up here. Why is it doing that? Fibonacci is what I want. Okay, so, all right, so here is the high, here is the low. So 50% is about 55. So 618, yeah, we could definitely do 618, right? 62, you see that, Defender? Okay, yeah, that looks really good, actually. IONQ. So I'm looking for this zone right here. All right, let me change this here. 50 to 60. This is what I'm looking for in the next few weeks. Yeah, that looks good. IONQ. So let me 84, 64. I just eyeballed it. 84, 64. All right, so I'm looking at this. Sorry, you don't see what I'm looking at. Here we go. Now you can see it. 84, 64. And the low, 25.
Halftime report. I'm Leslie Picker with your ETF Edge. Cryptos headlined by Bitcoin and
89.
Ethereum are down year to date. But while many investors' attention has been elsewhere, they've seen a solid rally during the past month. Joining me now is Matthew Siegel, head of digital assets research at VanEck Funds. Matt, what's driving this more recent action here to the upside?
Yeah, Leslie, I mean, Bitcoin going up for us is the base case. We think this asset's going to reach $1 million
IONQ weekly.
several years, but it's a very cyclical asset. There's no bailouts in Bitcoin, so it's going to be cycles along the way. Right now, Bitcoin's correlation with the NASDAQ has actually reached a 5-year high. So
okay, look at the momentum too. Momentum is starting to shift.
What keeps us encouraged, even at current levels, is that we're not seeing the froth in the derivatives markets. If you look at the options markets, the futures markets, to us, it still looks like this is a short covering rally, which means positioning is negative. And so we're feeling pretty constructive. The big move is really in the miners today. Those are the stocks that are up, 5% plus. HUD-8 is up 30%. That's a Bitcoin miner who's pivoting to AI. There's a really virtuous cycle going on right now between the convergence of AI and Bitcoin. So that's where we're really trying to play with our Node ETF, which has had a good run.
You said $1 million in Bitcoin, which is at 80K now?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take some number of years.
How many years for that?
Maybe half a decade, I think, is possible.
5 years?
Yeah. When you look at the demographic trends and
okay, IONQ is just starting.
Investors to allocate
yeah,
to Bitcoin,
yeah.
It's going to be like the video game industry, where 30 years ago it was just kids playing video games. Now Elon Musk plays video games. People don't quit. They also don't quit Bitcoin.
IONQ
Bitcoin for its
earnings.
reserves. So this is a mega trend, but it's going to be very volatile along the way.
Okay, so May 6th. Today, after the close, IONQ after the close.
That will be joined by Saul Gabberty, President and CEO of Tucurum Trading. Back to you.
Okay, Les, thank you. That's Leslie Picker. Coming up, we'll have more on Netflix. So I'm just kidding. Please, I'm just kidding. Final trades next.
What are you looking at there? What is that? I can't tell. The chart is so small. Is it Dutch Brothers? Is that what that is? Dutch Brothers. Yeah. Not big on coffee plays. Bros and Starbucks. All right. Okay, futures pulling back. All right, so Tesla's still pushing. We're not going to go straight up all day long. We're going to have these back and forth. So you have to have some staying power, I guess you want to call it. IONQ.
Closing bell, 3 o'clock Eastern Time. Tom Lee, Alicia Levine, Brian Belsky, Robert Kaplan, Rick Heitzman, Samantha McLemore. This market continues to rip. 1% gains across the board today. Led, once again, by the NASDAQ, AMD, some of these other chip names we'll continue to discuss.
Okay, IONQ, should I
Let's do some finals.
should I do anything?
You know, Jenny, I'm going to come to you first. I'm going to come to you.
You know what I'm
first.
going to do?
What you got? And if you say the name of that stock, this could be your final trade.
I'm going to bring the temp. Wow. Why are you so jealous of it?
It could be your final
Are you
trade. So
jealous
think
that I'm bringing the
wisely.
deck?
Think wisely. 30 seconds.
Lord. You're just trying to.
What do you got?
I've got Thermo Fisher. I'm bringing the temperature down. It's trading at 18 times earnings. It has.
NBAX.
IONQ. All right.
Good stuff, everybody. I'll see you on the closing bell of the exchanges now. Thank you very much, Scott. Welcome to the exchange. I'm Dominic Chu in for Kelly Evans. Stocks are rallying at this hour, as you can see there, because of hopes of a deal with Iran. They're sending oil prices lower, and the Dow is up more than 600 points at this point. The NASDAQ and the S&P 500 and Russell small caps all hitting fresh record high levels. Big tech is mostly higher with NVIDIA and Google. Alphabet, the Max 7 standouts as they battle out for market cap supremacy here. Alphabet briefly surpassing NVIDIA yesterday as the world's most valuable publicly traded company. It's now trailing it once again here, but still, big battle developing. Semis, though, the big story once again, with AMD surging on earnings up more than 15% at this hour, on pace for its best day in 7 months. Data center and CPU growth are major tailwinds there, as was management doubling their long-term outlook. It was not enough for our first guest to finally come off the sidelines, upgrading the stock to outperform. And while he admits he's late to the game right now, he also says there's a path for shares to go some 25% higher from even these elevated levels. So let's start there. With Bernstein's analyst Stacy Raskin covers those semiconductors in our opening exchange. Let's talk about the initial impressions. We kind of see the stock moving off the session highs right now, but still 15% upside move is not, it's better than a sharp stick in the eye, I guess. Stacy, what was your takeaway here?
You have to remember also, it was up 40% into the print over the last 3 weeks as well. So this thing has had.
I had to reboot S&P. I had to reboot Thinkorswim.
We've admitted this.
Got too many processes going on. I need a new, another new machine. Okay.
We've said that, but I've been kind of hesitant a little bit to believe in the sustainability, especially of the CPU story, but that is increasingly looking real. And if you take what AMD said last night and you kind of roll it out, and it doesn't sound implausible in terms of the growth forecast they're giving. And if you start to roll it into earnings power, all of a sudden you start to get to an EPS that, I mean, could easily be in the ballpark of $20, by 2028. And for some context, that $20 kind of number was a target they gave at their analyst day a couple of months ago for 2030. You start to pull it in, and then you think if the AI trajectory can keep going, which right now it seems like it can, you start to get material EPS upside. The stock is actually not that expensive, like on that kind of EPS growth. And you kind of sit here and say, well, even after the run, like it is not implausible that there could be more upside today. And so, like, we'll leave Crow a little bit. Like I said, we're late, but better late than never. And at this point, I'd rather be owning it than not. So we upgraded it. Yes.
So Stacy, I mean, one of the big drivers here, and this whole AI trade has all been about how much better you can make your outlook than what Wall Street is expecting right now. We've seen some mega cap stocks, hyperscaler type names, not perform as well post earnings because even though the numbers are strong, they're just not strong enough.
Must be having some sunspots or something. Okay. Slack attack.
To be honest, they don't need a lot on a share base. But like the dumb bull case long term is pretty simple. They go from being a marginal player in AI to on the GPU side to a slightly less marginal player in AI. You know, you go from, you know, whatever there was 4% market share to 10, 11, 12% in a market that's growing to $1 trillion plus. And it's not an implausible kind of thing to think about. And they don't need a lot of market share. They don't need to take a lot of market share to get numbers that are big given the size of the market.
Okay, let me reboot my machine here.
The CPU side as well, and they're one of the few companies like that they actually have both sides. They have CPU and GPU. Intel, for example, maybe has the CPU side, although AMD's products are better. They don't really have a GPU piece. NVIDIA actually has both, by the way. They've got GPUs. They also, people are starting to recognize, you remember today that they sell CPUs as well. But AMD has this sort of, like on the GPU side, there's a share gain story. They don't need to take a lot, but they can take a little bit and have it be material. And they're probably sort of like very well positioned on the CPU side as well. They've kind of got all the pieces right now to sort of fit into this AI narrative that is driving the whole space.
That whole space is being driven in part by those expectations around AI, but there's also a fundamental case from a valuation standpoint. We just showed AMD. You said there's upside left to go. This is also a stock that trades at roughly 50 plus times next year's expected earnings results. NVIDIA, by contrast, trades at less than half of that forward multiple. I can just check around 25, 26 times. So at what point do investors and traders reconcile the massive valuation gains we've seen against what the potential could be to realize those gains?
Yeah, I'd say for AMD, if you're looking at 50 times, that's probably next 12 months. That includes a big ramp in 26. If you're looking at 27, you know, we're close to $15, 14 and change for 27. I'm not sure where the rest of the street is ending up yet, but it's probably, it's not 50 times, but it's higher than NVIDIA. I like NVIDIA too, right? NVIDIA is probably cheaper than it looks because like numbers probably do have room to come up. And this is, again, it's another thing that I've liked. NVIDIA actually is very cheap and they are the incumbent. And look, and it's one, by the way, that has been, it hasn't participated in the rally that we've seen in other names. So I actually do think there's a catch up. There's been this broader interesting dynamic going on in AI, by the way, which is AI has been dragging along everything in the space. One by one, different end markets sort of been hitting their limit in terms of constraints. And you know, we've gone from accelerators being the constraint to memory, to semi-cap, to optical, to power semis, now to CPUs. And all of the constrained names have been running, whereas the AI compute, the NVIDIAs of the world have been a little more stagnant. And it opens up this sort of interesting dichotomy because one of them is wrong, right? NVIDIA should absolutely be benefiting from the AI trends. And if they don't benefit, I would say the other names that have been running are not going to be able to meet the expectations that are in those stocks. But my guess is that normalizes one way or the other at some point. And I actually do believe that there's a real opportunity for NVIDIA as well, given where they're positioned and given the valuation of the stock.
Longer conversation, but one quick question before we let you go here, Stacy. We just showed a chart of the iShares SOX Semiconductor Index ETF. Since the lows that we saw back on March 30th, let's call it, this has been an absolute rocket ship to the upside. How comfortable are you with your coverage universe, given that on an index level, yes, they're driven by just a handful of names, but on an index level, it just seems like there's just unabashed buying of anything that's semi.
It's not just a handful of names. Like everything has been working, right? And so we've had the AI names running on the secular story. We've had the analog names running on cyclical recovery. And they're also trying to construct data center stories for themselves. Like on the analog side, the data center is smaller, or in the middle of an industrial cyclical recovery, which is driving those. I mean, even names like Qualcomm, which have been dead like for a long time, are now starting to work on some of these drivers. So pretty much you could have owned any, maybe that's what the index is showing. You could have owned anything in semis actually over the last, at least certainly year to date, you would have been just fine. The question always comes down to like, is this time, is it different? Like, are we at a peak or are we not? And I'm always loath to say this time is different, but at the same time, I would also say I've been doing this job almost 20 years. I've been hearing the word super cycle ever since I started. I suspect this is the actual first legitimate super cycle that I've ever seen in 20 years. It's a demand-driven cycle, bro. It's not like like COVID was like supply chain whipsaws, right? This is actually demand. As long as demand is pushing forward, like this probably continues. And as of right now, demand is not really showing any signs of slowing down. So until that happens, this can probably still work. And my guess is numbers in general and probably the stocks too are probably going higher.
Different outcome when that super cycle word gets used in commodity markets. Anyway, Stacy, thank you very much. We appreciate it. We'll see you soon, sir.
Yeah.
All right, and a quick programming note here. Don't miss the CEOs of Corning and NVIDIA, both of them. Wendell Weeks, Jensen Huang on Mad Money with Jim Cramer tomorrow night on this new long-term partnership that they've inked here. Must-watch conversation with Jim Cramer on Mad Money. Turning now to the broader market, stocks are climbing with the S&P, NASDAQ, and Russell 2000 small caps all hitting record levels today. This as the U.S. and Iran are reportedly nearing an agreement to end the war. Megan Casella is at the White House with the latest. And just how optimistic are people getting?
A little bit optimistic, still a little bit hesitant as well, Dom. I'd say Iran's foreign ministry says it's evaluating a 14-point peace proposal from the United States. Now, that plan reportedly would center on a one-page memo to end the war and then 30 days of negotiations on stickier issues, including Iran's nuclear program. So the president this morning confirming some of what's in this proposal. He told PBS News that Iran would export its highly enriched uranium to the U.S. That's something that has been a red line for Tehran in the past. Trump also said Iran would agree not to operate its underground facilities and would operate in goodwill for a long period of time, so no specific timeline included there. Now, some reports say the proposal would also include a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz and that the U.S. in exchange would lift sanctions and release billions of dollars in frozen Iranian funds. We do not, though, yet have any confirmation from the White House on those details. But Dom, a few things to note here about all of this. First, crucially, the Iranians have not yet agreed to any of it, and it's far from clear whether they would change their previous hardline rejections, especially on things like exporting highly enriched uranium, in order to make it happen. So that goes to one side of your original question about how much optimism to have. That said, it does seem, though, like the White House is warming to this idea of phased negotiations. That idea would reopen the strait and then leave the nuclear issues for later. The Trump administration had rejected that sort of approach in the past, as recently as just last week. But if they're up for it now, then, Don, we could be that much closer to a deal.
Megan, the president himself took to Truth Social saying that if something doesn't get reached, that the bombing would be even worse than it was this last go-around. What exactly is the feeling inside the White House about whether or not this is something that we truly want to get done, or whether or not this is a president that's willing to do more bombing than there was in the past?
It's such a good question, and it's something we've been trying to figure out this week as we've heard from a number of administration officials just over the last 24 or 36 hours on this. What's clear is that they're not completely removing the threat. The president, as you said, continues to say if they don't agree to this, then we bomb. Even just a few minutes ago, he's speaking right now inside the White House, said that, if they don't agree to this now, we'll return to our old ways, and then he thinks they'd agree to it in short order after the military operations resume. But what seems like it's happening is that the administration really isn't eager to restart military operations. We heard yesterday from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs on a number
And that's your speculation. You don't know.
Since the ceasefire began just a little under a month
You
ago.
don't know.
He says none of those yet rise to the threshold.
Okay, enough of this speculation about that. Okay, it's not doing me any good. I want to listen to Charlie Pellet. Oh, that's too bad. Ted Turner. Okay, a really good day. Definitely a really good day. Okay.
Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. We'll have more on the markets coming up a bit later on this hour as we keep tabs on Wall Street. And another record run today, pretty remarkable. It has a lot to do with politics, with news from the White House, the president saying that there's a memo of understanding that could resolve into a peace deal. And
Okay.
we're going to be tracking throughout the day.
ARM. Okay, stocks are just kind of hanging out at the moment.
Some color, some detail
Okay. Okay, Apple turning back up. Okay, Apple turning back up. Let's see how many stocks are advancing. Survey says. Okay, so we got 304 stocks advancing on the S&P 500. Qs 56 out of 100. The IWM 1100 are advancing. We're above the first standard deviation. VWAP bands, we're above. We're getting a bit extended. NIMO is only plus 17. So it's definitely the New York FANGs and some of the techs and semis, not the overall group. Overall, okay, let me, let's see, Gamma.
For not only $1.5 trillion, but also a supplemental budget request that might be coming to pay for the war. I think what we've seen with the president is he always starts big. He doesn't always get everything he wants, but he usually gets most of what he wants. There's a case to be made when it comes to replenishing depleted stocks here. Is the administration winning that argument? I think they are. I think most folks in Congress think we need to plus up the defense budget pretty significantly. Absolutely. Following years of underinvestment, some would say, when it comes to the defense industrial base.
Okay, so
does Congress find
let's see.
I think they do, and I think this Pentagon has changed things up with the process in terms of more advancements with moving from just the sort of standard, like the big defense contractors. We've moved towards sort of the smaller ones, more cutting edge. We've seen a lot of advancements there. So AeroVironment and Google kind of Carol, they're going to be soaking up a lot of that.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things I wanted to ask you about, you were the Energy and Commerce Committee staff under Representative Joe Martin, a Republican of Texas. There was something that I heard on Bloomberg Surveillance this morning, and just talking about energy waste and carbon and flares and things that if we really kind of tapped into some of that, that would be a smart move, and maybe we're going to start to see some of that coming off of this war. Talk to us a little bit about that, and that has come up in your past, and some thoughts about how we can be smarter as nations, as a world, when it comes to energy consumption. Because there's a lot of waste out there.
I think there is a lot of waste, and I think what I've heard.
Okay.
What's happening in Iran.
ABCD patterns this time of day, so we're looking for consolidation. Okay. We're looking for B and C pivots. A, B, C, D. Okay, so not going to see a whole lot of new entries right now. A, B, C, D.
A lot of bipartisan legislation that's happening in Congress. We need more of it, but the U.S. has really led on that.
Do you think the president makes a mistake in not embracing more of alternative energy? Because everybody we've talked to with the AI build out and the data center build out says, yep, nuclear, alternatives, yep, all of it's going to be needed.
Well, I think he has. He's really been pushing nuclear, small modular reactors. That's
in terms of solar and wind and so on.
Well, solar's there. I think he's just a little anti-offshore wind.
Okay, we got our BC pivot starting to play out. Okay.
Congress comes back to Washington, and it's been remarkable seeing how many lawmakers made their codel, if you will, to Milken this week about reconciliation. Republicans have the wheel right now, and they've got
IONQ with earnings tonight. IONQ. Okay.
But 2.0 is going to be a question of size, whether this is in fact skinny or if we're going to decorate this Christmas tree so we can see it from space. Which one do you see coming together? I think the members are still discussing it, and they're on recess this week. When they come back, they're going to have discussions about that. I think there's a lot of interest in making it bigger and not that skinny. So we'll see when they get back and what's achievable. What do they have the votes for? As you know, the House of Representatives right now, it's a razor-thin majority. And the Speaker's done an amazing job of getting bills through. If they go beyond ICE and Customs and Border Protection, do we have a problem getting it over the finish line?
I think every time we say there's going to be a problem getting over the finish line, the speaker figures out a way to get
Then
it
we have a
done.
ballroom and somehow it gets passed.
Right. We do need more security, as we saw. I'm sure all your colleagues were at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Yeah.
We need more security. If there was a ballroom, we wouldn't have needed the security. That incident would not have happened.
Okay, Apple going here. Apple. Apple on the move. Yes, it is.
Hence the billion-dollar request for additional security. I'll be curious to hear that debate unfold as well. It's great to have you with us.
Apple.
Thanks for your insights.
Okay, let's take a look at Apple. Apple about to break out. Looking good, Apple. Okay.
Jeff Gordon, forgive me, Eric Gordon. Eric Gordon is, I think, an economist that I talked to. See, that hat is always on. No, but it's really interesting. Again, continue to just kind of merge everything together. It's business, it's markets, it's politics, as you know, and so much more. And this has we, of course, watched what's going on Wall Street, another record. So we continue to see some enthusiasm, and there's hope, fingers crossed, in terms of a resolution in the Middle East.
The Conch Cafe in Garden City, oceanfront dining, fresh seafood, and cocktails with a view. It's no wonder we've been a local favorite for 40 years. Now serving breakfast. Conch Cafe, open daily.
Find the perfect gift for mom during Hamrick's Mother's Day sale. Only Hamrick's has it. Get assorted floral throws and perfect pillows for $10. Judy Blue Denims, 30% off. Crocs and meat sandals, $20. Branded handbags, $20. Towel warmer, $39. Ice maker, $50. And garden items, $15. Great gifts for mom, plus savings for you. Hamrick's has it.
Some see heroes, others only egos. And we
Okay, I'm gonna make some lunch. I'll be right back. Give me 5. Taking 5. Lunch prep. All right, I'll be right back. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Wednesday, May 6th, 1:20 p.m. Just going to make a little bit of lunch, and I will return. Give me 5 minutes.
To make changes to our genome technology has been the driver to Bloomberg Tech, decode the future to the 34th in San Francisco. Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
a fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's trillion-dollar swings, while others follow the noise. We follow the money.
Healthcare isn't broken because people don't care. It's broken because health is treated in pieces. Different products for different problems. But real health is deeply connected, and it should be treated that way. Because people don't live in products, they live in patterns. New Health is the industry's only integrated metabolic suite, bringing together psychology-based behavior change, coaching, clinical care, and medication support, including GLP-1s for those who qualify. All in one personalized experience to help people lose weight and prevent or manage diabetes. We design micro habits that fit your life. Small, science-backed actions that add up to lasting change, from prevention to condition management. The results are measurable. Sustainable weight loss, improved A1C and metabolic health, and meaningful cost savings. Trusted by over 200 employers and leading health plans, New Health has supported millions at every stage of metabolic health. One partner, one experience, better healthcare and better outcomes.
Like Bloomberg. You're listening to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Carol Masser, live from the Milken Global Conference on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
Yes, indeed, everybody. Day 3, Carol Master, Joe Matthew, live here at the Milken Institute Global Conference. And what I love about, and you're going to see when we get to this next guest, it's just the people that come here, big companies, mid-sized companies, small companies, public, not public, everybody in the financial markets. And it just gives you what I think is what we do here at Bloomberg so well, is snapshots of all walks of life.
Yeah. It's a full representation of the economy.
Yeah.
It's not just billionaires walking around. There's a lot of small businesses. We've had a lot of politicians, a lot of different corners of the markets that we never get a chance to explore. That's why we come away.
Yeah, it feels like it makes us all smarter. Storm Bjorn is with us. He's CEO of Driscoll's. He joins us here on set. And I have to say, full transparency, I'm a big customer. I do like your berries.
Thank you.
Tell us about your business. You guys have been around for a while, seeing different market cycles. Tell us about this cycle right now, because there's a lot coming at all of you guys.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, right? So, and today we are sort of all over the world, right? We grow in 26 countries. We sell in 65 or 70 countries, and yeah, so we see big changes, right? Overnight, we lost our entire market in the Middle East, which is our highest paying market in the world.
How much of that market was? How much of
It's about a couple $100 million of revenue a year, and it just literally went to zero, right? It literally went to zero overnight, right? And the company's going to be a really big company, right? It's, you know, as I said, it's everywhere. We are in $7-8 billion range now, and so and we are a category where consumers want to be, right? Fresh, healthy, delicious, great tasting berries. It's at the forefront of a lot of trends, right? Whether it's GLP-1 drugs, or health trends. Right. So there are a lot of good dynamics, right? But they have quite a few challenges at the moment.
When you're working in that many different countries, what does the president's tariff regime mean for your business?
There's some impact, you know, in this market is primarily deliveries from South America that have still a 15% tariff. Obviously, USMCA review is almost due, right? So, and that's massive for us.
Are you concerned about what that might become?
I think we're gonna be okay. You know, I don't
think
does
it stay right the way it is?
Yeah, I think there'll be some tweaks, right? I think country of origin rules, right? You know, what is in the content of what Mexico and Canada makes that comes to the United States. That's a major topic, but that
comes from Mexico.
A lot.
It's got to be an enormous share.
Yeah, it's the whole winter supply other than Florida strawberries, right? It comes from Mexico.
So half, 50%?
No, it's like 30-40% of what we sell in North America. So it's a big number. Yeah, it's a really big number. Yeah.
So, okay, but you think you can manage through?
As long as we don't get 15 or 20% tariffs. Yes.
Do you have a seat at the table? Do they talk to you as a player?
Yeah, I testified at the hearings back in December. You know, I think that was well met by the administration. I'm going to DC on Monday.
Yeah.
Have a meeting with the Trump administration. I mean, I think the signals we're getting are reasonably positive. And I think they have some targets that they really want to go after, and that is not likely to impact us.
So, are any growing that goes on in the United States?
Yeah, I mean, California is still the biggest area for us worldwide, right? And that has its own challenges, okay, as much as we can build tariffs and stuff like that. You know, I mean, this is a difficult state to operate in, right? Lots of regulation, costs are way up, and
you've got an immigration policy that's challenging your labor force. Are you able to fill all the jobs that you have right now?
We are. Yeah, I mean, I think
you said that as if you came pretty close to not doing so.
Yes, yeah, because it's been very tenuous, right? You know, and that has been, you know, clearly fear in our communities about what's going on. But I think that is a realization inside the administration. If they start going after the farms, we are not going to have food in 2 weeks. It's going to go really fast.
The president does seem to make a carve out for agriculture in general. Is that true?
I mean, I don't think that's the official policy. Yeah, I mean, and that would be nice to hear that is for sure the way it is, right? So that would take some of the tension out of the system. And, you know, out in the workforce, we cannot grow all the fresh fruits and vegetables to be grown. And they're primarily grown in California, right? 70% of all fresh fruits, vegetables, and nuts are grown here in the state of California. And so we need the state to come off some of the regulations. We've got a very important gubernatorial election in California this year. Yeah. And we need the federal government and administration.
Have you seen your farms rated?
No, we have not. Yeah.
One last question, and I'm just curious about food supply, and I think we need to start really thinking about that, whether it's climate change, access to water. What is it that we're not realizing? You are seeing it firsthand.
Yeah.
How close we are to maybe possibly some problems.
We are really close because in food, just like in many other things, you know, we have single source of supply. So our company is working very diligently on trying to diversify our supply and so have more resiliency in our supply. one of the things we talk about in our company is we can't have sustainability if we don't also have resiliency.
Yeah.
So we're very focused on the resiliency, and tariffs and other things get in the way of that, right? Because if we can't import berries from Mexico in the wintertime, that's going to be berries. We just don't have any berries, right? And that's not good. We all need to eat healthier foods, and we're a big part of that. And so we need to have some help there.
Really interesting conversation, fascinating. So you're CEO of Crystals. I buy the raspberries two at a time. I can't just buy one. Thank you very much. Absolutely. Okay. Big fans of the products here. I'm Joe Matthew.
Organic or non-organic?
Well, because my mom's watching, I'll say organic.
Okay.
Much more to follow. As I mentioned, an Olympic gold medalist is with us and one of the greatest NASCAR drivers of all time. Think about that for a minute as we check the markets with Charlie Pellet. He's got the latest on Wall Street. Live from New York, Charlie. What are we looking at?
Right now, we're looking at a record, Joe and Carol, with the S&P 500 index up 79. We're off session highs, but still an advance of 1.1%. Index up 79. Off session highs, but still an advance to end the war. So, job markets clouded the economic outlook. Dow up 1.1%. Again, the S&P had a record of 1.1%. Both NASDAQ and the NASDAQ 100 index also are
DGXX. ACHR.
pushing higher right now. That index up by about 1.1%. Our Mag 7 index.
All right. Okay, Apple's at the high right here. Apple. Okay, Intel. What are you doing, Intel? ARM Holdings turning back up. ARM Holdings. ARM. ARM Holdings. Back to the high of the day. Still have the 270s left for January. Plan on adding. I won't do it here. Obviously, I'll wait for a little flag or something like that. The markets are super strong. The AI infrastructure has a lot to say. AMD, Lisa Su also had a lot to say about the current state of the markets as well. And AI infrastructure. Let's see. All right, so the Flex, FLEX this morning. Okay, looking very strong. Okay, the 60-minute. Okay, Flex. This is FLEX. They put together everything you need in a data center. FLEX. Just talk about this for a minute. Okay, this is one that Josh Brown brought to our attention last week. That gapped up this morning, 35, 40 bucks. Okay, so the deal here is a 30% pop in Flex this morning. That's the missing link confirming that the global AI build-out is entering a more capital-intensive and potentially more durable phase. More durable meaning, we're going to see a 5%, 10% pullback. That probably won't happen until August. August tends to be one of the worst months. July tends to be one of the best months when it comes to tech. And we're already starting to see a rally that's kind of hard to fight. You can't really fight this trend, right? Fighting this trend, you're missing a lot of opportunities. I've missed an opportunity on Micron because I just can't seem to chase it to get into it. And I refuse to do that because there's too many other opportunities that are going to do the same thing. We're up 6 weeks in a row. Advanced decline percent looks really strong. So we know that breadth is there. Okay. Notice NASDAQ isn't really doing a whole lot here. Small caps, they are good. Mid caps, they look good. S&P looks good. They're all pushing back. And also notice that we're not at plus 30%. Okay, we're not at plus 30%. So we got a lot of opportunity to push higher. If we look at the equal weight index, the number of stocks trading above the 20-day. Okay, we got the equal weight trying to make a new high. Higher lows. Bollinger Bands are tight and starting to open. That's telling you this is about to explode, perhaps. When both bands move away from each other, the trend is up. Number of stocks above the 20-day have had an opportunity to move off of overbought levels down to the mean, right around 50. This is giving you energy for another push to the upside after 6 weeks up. I want to participate. I just want to start taking some profits off into strength and only buy dips. And if I'm buying anything option-wise, I'm buying out in July, June and July. Nothing in May now, unless it's a short-term day trade or something. And even then, I'm still buying June options. So number of stocks above the 50-day also turning up at 50%. So we're right in the middle. Are we going to move lower? I really doubt it. Not considering everything we're seeing with AI infrastructure. Okay, so in addition to Flex, the semiconductor stocks like NVIDIA and AMD, they're selling the brains or, the chips, obviously. Flex builds the bodies, the actual data center racks, the power distribution, the liquid cooling, which could also impact TSSI. So you want to pay attention to that, liquid cooling. Flex's blowout results and massive guidance raise signal that the physical infrastructure bottleneck is wide open. So there's no bottleneck. Okay, that's really important to understand. Their revenue was $7.5 billion. That's up 17% year over year. And the record margins underscored. Their record margins prove that complexity in AI hardware is driving higher profits for manufacturers. The AI spinoff, the board of directors decided to spin off the cloud and power infrastructure segment into a standalone AI pure play. That's a massive validation, guiding some 65 to 75% growth in 2027. So what I'm saying is, not only am I interested in Flex, I won't buy it up here. I'll buy it on the next dip. Okay, but I want to pay attention to what this is saying about CapEx across the industry. If the world's largest contract manufacturer is spinning off its AI division to handle accelerating demand, it means the big tech companies like Microsoft, Google, Amazon are not slowing down. They are physically out of space and power, and Flex is one building the solutions to fix it. In addition, you got to remember, we've got Cummins, CMI, building the generators. They need the power. Caterpillar, they're building the power, the generators that the size of a bus, right? These data centers probably have, I don't know, a couple of dozen of these. I believe Caterpillar, in the last earnings report, they said they had sold like 700 of these things for one data center in Utah. Also, Generac, GNRC, they manufacture generators as well. And who was the other one? Caterpillar. Oh, Baker Hughes. Baker Hughes. Okay, that's taking a break right now. So that'll give you an opportunity to buy the dip. Okay. A little bit of profit taking there. I did take Baker Hughes off. All right. NVIDIA's turning here. All right, so we'll come back to Flex in a minute, but NVIDIA is starting to turn up. Okay, NVIDIA. Here's NVIDIA. Okay, looking like that might turn back up a bit more. No need to chase anything up here. Okay, Nokia. We'll look at Nokia. Nokia is in the infrastructure plays too. We got a position in Nokia. Here's NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA had this massive move last week. On Thursday, big drop back to the 21-day. Buyers stepped up. MACD's turning. Okay, this looks like good volume coming in. Okay, so volume is coming in right here. NVIDIA. Apple's at the high of the day. Tesla's still pushing. Amazon, I want to get back into Amazon. Okay, outside day, almost an outside day on Amazon. Nice bullish action. You can't buy Amazon here. You want to buy it down here. Okay, so the setup, if you're going to buy a new position, if you're buying shares, you could just scale in. It's okay if you want to do something like that after this run that we've seen intraday. But what I'd like to do is get my best entries. My best entries come when I get RSI oversold on the 1 minute. You get a reversal, you buy here, you put a stop underneath. So you, with stochastics moving higher here and embedded, you can see it's above 80. Stochastics is telling you literally, I hate using that word, but it's telling you literally that you should see closes in the upper half of the daily range. So what does that mean, Benny? It means that I want to buy dips. If stochastics is saying it's trending higher or embedded above 80, it's telling you that this dip is most likely going to get bought. So the likelihood is I enter here, put a stop underneath the low. I don't have to worry about it. Tomorrow, I'll just lift my stops up. It's above the 60 minute. 60 minute is trending. So we've used this for a long since the end of March. It's been above the 20 EMA. So if this has been holding price action all during this period, I want to use that as my stop. So at any drops below, you stop here. Okay, after it dropped below at 256, it reversed back up, so you get back in. You don't have to worry about a deep discount. You get stopped out when the signal tells you to get out. Okay, so that's that. We're trading Oracle. Oracle's trending. The most significant part of Oracle here is that you took out the pivot 189.18. So we know that Oracle's on the move now. So Oracle is going to give us phase 2. It's underway. Okay, phase 2 is underway. So we know that we're starting to build this out. Okay. So the next phase is probably going to hit the 200-day, and then it'll fall off a little bit, maybe like it did last week, the previous 2 weeks. Pull back, hit the 21-day, volume picks up, starts to rally. RSI turns up. RSI is showing strength of trend. So we got enough strength in RSI to make it to the 200-day, perhaps, or that 200, 210 level right in here. So the options we have are January 85, 195, 185, 195. So I got to take it off at 195. Where are we right now? We're at 191, 192. All right. So when it gets to 195, maybe today, tomorrow, I got to take this off or roll it out. So I'll take half profits maybe and roll out half, or maybe just roll the whole position because I want to stay with this one. Also have Oracle shares, ORCX, which is looking really good. I'm going to start adding to this. Okay. So I want to have about 1,000 shares of ORCX in addition to the options I have. I can always sell covered calls on this one when RSI gets oversold. Once we get up to about 50, maybe I'll sell the 55s or the 60s. If it does pull back like it did in the previous 2 weeks, the selling of the credit I get for selling those calls will cushion the downside, give me about, I'd be looking for 2 to 3 points of downside protection. So if I could sell some calls for around $3, that's what I would like to do. A couple of weeks out, when it pulls back, take profits on the covered calls, look for the bounce, and then add again. Hopefully that made some sense. Okay, NVIDIA looking really good. I'm really hyper today. I haven't drank that much coffee. Yeah, I did too. I drank a half a cup, a mug. Okay, Microsoft not following through. It's going to get going at some point. Tesla just coming off the high. Tesla. For those of you trading Tesla, it's at the highs. Looks like profit taking. Looks like an ABCD pattern perhaps. Daily, we want to get above the 200-day. Looks good. Okay. Okay. Tesla. Okay. AMD turning up. I might jump into some AMD here, actually. AMD earnings. Let me just take one more look at this. Okay, so AMD, I'm probably going to buy some AMD here. Okay, AMD. Lisa Su this morning and yesterday talking about the alignment, the agentic shift. She highlighted the demand for AI is going through the roof, is the way she put it. So we gapped up. Do we want to wait until we get a little bit of a dip first? Maybe. All right, there goes futures. Futures are on the move here. AMD, big gap up. So we know that institutions take days and weeks to fill positions. Can we see a follow through? AMD, I'm going to take a little bet on AMD that it's going to keep going here. AMD, I'm going to go out in time. I'm going to go out to June, at least, maybe July. May, June, July. I'm going to go out to July. I'm going to look at what's being offered here. Okay, so the 52 delta is the 430 strike. All right, so let me buy some of these. Do I want to do a 50 or I want to do a 45? That'd be 450. Well, we get to get the 4. If we're going to get the 4, if we're going to get the 425, 430, we could definitely get the 450. 45 delta, buy a vertical. Vertical, 450, 460. Okay, I'll take a couple of these and see what happens. Okay. All right, I bought 450, 460 for July. AMD bought 450, 460 call spreads for July. And those cost me filled orders 343. Filled 343. Could fade or not. Like Micron. Okay, so that's that. I'm gonna take Lisa, Dr. Sue's Q. She said sales are through the roof. Demand for AI is through the roof, rather. Keep in mind that we have positive gamma. So positive gamma. Look at all this purple down here. All this purple below. Down below 7,300. Everything is purple. It doesn't get red until we're up above 7,350 and 7,400. And notice it doesn't really get red until we are out here next week, May 13th. You got a couple of nodes here at this level, 7,350. You got some red nodes here. See that? That's for the 8th. That's Friday. Okay. So the 7th, look at the 7th. Okay. The 7th, everything is purple. Tomorrow, everything is purple here. Today, everything is purple. It's brighter purple because we're trading today. But all of this in here, between 7,250 up to 7,350, everything is purple. So that's telling you their institutions are positioned in such a way that the dealers are, they have a lot of positive gamma. So a lot of positive gamma tells us that we got support. So the dip should get bought. Okay. Today, tomorrow. Okay. All right, notice all the purple. That's a big plus. Thursday, Friday. Thursday, Friday. Charlie Pellet. I love this guy's voice. He's like got such a great voice. like Barry White for the markets. Today is still very red. Today, very purple.
TMC.
It's great. We're, in our season, so we're 78 years old this year. Blew out our candles on that a few months ago. 11 races into the season. Yeah. 11 races into the season, 6 different winners. Jeff was in victory lane this past weekend with Chase Elliott. So really good start to the season.
All right, that sounds like an F16. Let me go check. Yep, F16s. All right, so they train around here. They train.
And it's been great from a distribution perspective and giving us an opportunity to get to some of those younger drivers. As one of the greatest drivers of all time, you helped to mainstream NASCAR. You made NASCAR a household event. We're seeing F1 experience a moment now, and I'm wondering if you see that as competition or if this is the rising tide that lifts all boats. Obviously, their presence in the U.S. has grown, so I've always looked at them as totally different. Totally different, but does it actually help you to just have more race fans in this country? I think as GTC motorsports is growing, I think everybody's growing along with it. So yeah, absolutely. And I think that's what we're focused on, right? Is we've got some great characters and storytelling and rivalries. Chase Elliott was really popular this past weekend. A new star in Carson Ozabar. So we understand that we're always trying to link our TV partners to our fans, as well as our partners within the business on our race teams, to our drivers and to the storytellers.
Yeah, Frano, you're doing great. You're doing great. You've been a member for several years now, so I've been following your trades for some time. So you definitely deserve it. You've been doing really great work. Okay, there goes Apple. Apple's going. Apple on the move, popping. Okay, ABCD. Apple. Okay, there goes Apple. Oh man, this is great stuff. Look at Apple. Apple breaking out. There he goes. Okay. Apple. ARM Holdings. What do we say about Apple earlier? Apple. NVIDIA. Oracle. GME.
GTC walled down.
Okay. Man, you could hit bullseye blindfolded today. Apple. There goes Apple. There goes Apple breaking out. Okay, Apple going. Microsoft's not doing anything, but Apple's definitely making up for lost ground. Amazon's rising. ARM Holdings looking for a break above current highs.
That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets. How did an insurance company go from losing customers
GTC may resume in less than a minute.
Appreciate the process. The fact that this quadruple 3 whole days came off turn on time.
Because in the insurance game, this is how you win, by showing up when customers need it most. A fact to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's $1 trillion swings. While others follow the noise, we follow the money. The end of jobs, or the end of human struggle. We see the endless fights fueling the AI.
Okay. Oh, I gotta go do something real quick. I'll be right back.
For a limited time, our Burger Perfection Plate comes with 20 big juicy burgers, all for just $79.99. Get it today at omahasteaks.com/TV. This is Burger Perfection guaranteed.
What about contacts? Maybe you should keep your eyes on the road, Jim. I have to be able to see first flow. It drives me very seriously. Yeah, well, that's what Progressive Snapshot is for. Personalized discounts so that safe drivers don't have to pay for bad drivers' mistakes. Are you saying I'm a bad driver? Great driver. This isn't Mom's house. We're celebrating your birthday.
SPX GTC. GTC.
OUST.
GTC. STFS.
GTC halted to the upside. BLMN. STFS halted to the upside.
GTC. STFS.
BLMN.
GTC.
BLMN.
GTC.
All right, just eating lunch off a mic. Everything looks fine. Apple, nice follow through. Continuation. Yeah, it's good to recognize days like today because these are days where you want to take a little bit more risk in day trades, that type of thing. Buy the dips when we got purple background. You know, dealers going to buy dips and then take some things off towards the end of the day. Let's see, Apple. Okay, Adobe. Looking for Adobe to get above the 50-day and follow through. ARM Holdings.
STFS may res in 10 seconds. EBC.
ARM Holdings. ARM is trying to go. NVIDIA. NVIDIA looking good. Tesla trying to go. Tesla's trying to go right here. Tesla. Tesla going. Tesla looks good. Tesla has a habit of occasionally running 20, 30 points. Just for the record. Tesla's starting to break out. Tesla. Are we going to go here? What are we going to do? Friday. Watch Palantir here. Palantir looking like it's going to turn. Palantir is turning. Watch Palantir. Oversold. Higher low on RSI. Looking for this to pop above 134. Tesla going.
May resume in less than a minute. STFS may res in 10 seconds. FLYW. XE. CRE may res in 10 seconds. FLYW. NUAI.
between the borrower and the lender.
XE.
There's gaps in the documentation where in position to be able to provide capital and encumbered collateral to be able to,
NUAI.
But we have two CLO ETF products right now, a AAA CLO and an ETF that's called CLOX, and then CLOZ, and then triple B and double B. The AAA is in effect 5% yield.
EBC. XE. TSLL.
When we originated, we have a balance sheet and security benefit, which is a $60 billion.
EBC. OSCR. XE.
We're a much smaller version of KKR and Apollo. We're private. We have an alternative asset management firm.
BTDR.
And security benefit is, our
BB.
business is a private platform that looks a lot like Apollo and KKR. But we started with the balance sheet. We built the asset management capabilities around the balance sheet as opposed to starting with the asset.
Future's still going.
EBC. BTTR.
Still moving here. Looking good. All right. Microsoft coming off the low. Decent entry on Microsoft if you're interested for a day trade. Microsoft. MSFT. Microsoft coming off the low, oversold, starting to move. Maybe it gets going. Stop 412. That's a $2, about a $2 stop. Looking for $4 upside. Can we get to 417? 418? Maybe. Okay, Microsoft.
STFS may resume in less than a minute. IONX.
It looks like Microsoft wants to go here.
CRE may resume in less than a minute.
Tesla, looking for more upside. Tesla. Getty. Or GTI. Okay.
IONX. STFS may res in 10 seconds.
Okay, Microsoft on the move. Nice little setup on Microsoft's oversold stochastic, making higher highs. There goes the futures. Futures are, oh my gosh.
CRE may res in 10 seconds.
Look at the futures. Oil futures, SCO. You can do short crude oil, SCO. Okay, looking for that to follow through. Tesla. Tesla's still going here. Microsoft going. All right, here's Tesla. Tesla. Keep going, Tesla.
DOCN.
Okay, Palantir has turned. Palantir has turned. Palantir has turned. Okay, Microsoft. All right, let's see how far Microsoft can go here. Microsoft. Looking for a follow through. Okay, Microsoft, go. Futures are just going vertical here. Okay. Tesla looking good. Tesla. Can we go some more? Tesla. Volume looking good there on that little pop. Tesla. NVIDIA, moving back up to the highs. NVIDIA. Palantir turning up. Okay, Palantir. Microsoft. Palantir, PLTR. Palantir turning. Okay, everything's getting bought, really. Okay. NVIDIA back to the highs. NVIDIA looking good. NVDX. NVDX having a good day. Tesla. Microsoft, Tesla. Tesla pulling back a bit. $200 days overhead, Tesla. Apple, another pop here, and Apple looking like it's coming here. IONQ. Okay, do I want to buy some puts on IONQ? I have IONQ position. Oracle looking good. Oracle IONQ. Should I buy some puts just for protection? Friday puts. IONQ. Probably won't need them. I don't think I'm going to need them. IONQ with Jensen involved. Let me just see what's going on here. IONQ. Okay, let's add IONQ to this. IONQ. IONQ. Where are you? Where are you? IONQ is cheap. Our puts are expensive. Selling put spreads. Looks like they're not planning on a pullback. Puts are expensive. For earnings, okay? Got a feeling this is going to work out pretty well. IONQ. Calls are cheap. Okay, IONQ looks good. Man, nice move here on IONQ. All right. Puts are expensive. Okay, NVIDIA still pushing. There goes Apple again. Microsoft looks like it wants to go some more. Okay, let's go some more. Okay. I don't need to say this, I'm sure, but today's a gift. And don't expect this tomorrow. If we do get something like this tomorrow, great. But this is like highly unusual, thanks to AMD. Now, can we grind higher into NVIDIA earnings 2 weeks from now? I would say, yeah. We got all of this purple gamma. We got the positive gamma below. So you know how that works. All of this positive gamma over here, all the way to the right, that goes out to next Wednesday. Okay, so this is pretty cool. Looking pretty good. Okay, NVIDIA still pushing. NVIDIA looks good. All right, I did add NVDX this morning, 300 shares of that. So I'm up to 1,000 shares. NVIDIA. Okay. IONQ, this is looking so good. Futures, where do we get here? Where do we get? Where did we make it today? Okay, so we can see where we are right here. 73.60. That's now, this sold off. This 73.65 or 73.85, whatever it was. 73.75, 73.75. This moved down. It looks like the 73.60. Okay, prices are right there. Let me turn this color down a little bit. Okay, so you know it's very purple. Hedge flows are still rising up against this resistance level, 73.60. S&P, SPX. Okay. 73.60 is right overhead. Wow. Wow, that's pretty impressive. S&P. I don't think this is going to be the same thing tomorrow. So I'd be, if you have short-term trades like expiring on Friday, I'd be taking some profits off. This looks good. Okay, Tesla. Okay, NVIDIA looking good. Peloton. Peloton, PTOM, Peloton. Okay, NVIDIA pushing now. NVIDIA, S&P is turn. Oh man, look at this S&P. Yikes. S&P is cruising on higher. Okay, S&P. NVIDIA. NVIDIA is at the high of the day. NVIDIA. Can we get back up to 216? We're looking for that breakout. Okay, so I have 1,000 shares of NVDX now. I added to it this morning, 300 shares. So I'm looking for more follow through. I want a breakout. I want to see a breakout. Got to get above 216, right? NVIDIA, we got to get above 216. Okay. I got a feeling that this shakeout the last couple of days, I got a feeling this had to do with institutions wanting shares. There wasn't a whole lot available. I'm thinking that's what happened. I'm thinking the shakeout was so that institutions could get more shares. I could be, I don't want to be crude, but I could be like kidding myself, so to speak. Okay, NVIDIA. All right, Tesla about to go some more. All right, so I'm seriously thinking.
GDC. That really resulted in a huge amount of concentration of capital, 20 to 30% in the latter half of the decade, really going into this one sector.
Okay. I think this is going to go. I think NVIDIA is going to bust a move into earnings.
SPX. What we see, the good news is that we see this as really the beginnings of a retrenchment towards back to basics private equity. We were never designed to be a top-down macro asset class. We're supposed to be investing in middle market companies that were transforming
Yeah, if this is anything like AMD, this could be a 50 point gap up. All right, Tesla still pushing. Tesla, not giving it, not throttling it. It's not throttling as much as I thought it would. Tesla, where are you, Tesla? AMD turning up. There goes AMD. All right, AMD is starting to move. All right, so is everything going to go? Look at the futures. This is nuts. It's almost like the markets anticipate this is it. The explosion we've been looking for, if crude oil drops off and we get some sort of Iran deal. Wow, look at the futures. The bears, I'm sure the bears are pissed. Oh my gosh. Crazy. Ay, ay, ay. That's something. It is funny though, Mondo.
GDC halted to the upside.
Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Apple's starting to fade a little bit. Apple's been doing that lately. Gets up to the high, kind of disappoints. There goes Meta. Meta's going. Come on, Tesla. You can do it. Come on, Tesla. Come on, Tesla. AMD turned up. All right, so that's looking good. AMD. I did buy some AMD, right? Yeah, okay. I did buy some AMD. All right. AMD. I bought some July AMD 450/460s. That's a 40 Delta. Yeah, I think this base is going to break out. I think they just wanted to shake the tree a little bit prior to earnings in 2 weeks. I think AMD NVIDIA is going to break out. It's going to do something like AMD did. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine the response? Look at that. There goes NVIDIA. All right, NVIDIA's going now. Yeah. Seriously burnt. Seriously burnt. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA going. There goes NVIDIA. Okay, cool. AMD. Palantir? Not yet. Trying to. Microsoft? Maybe. Okay. Here's Palantir. Still trying to turn the corner. NVIDIA. NVIDIA, look at that move on NVIDIA. Okay, oversold stochastic. Oversold stochastic. Much momentum here. Okay, ARM Holdings is starting to break out too. ARM Holdings trying to push a bit higher. ARM, let me go to the 5 minute or 3 minute. Trying to go. ARM Holdings. Okay, that's trying to push higher. Wow. New York Fangs look good, right? New York Fangs. Okay, so that's at the top of the, there's hardly any wick on the top of this candle. New York Fang components. Well, you know what's working.
GTC may rise in 10 seconds. SMCI.
Okay.
WLAC.
Okay. All right. NVIDIA. Very nice. NVIDIA. Microsoft. NVIDIA. Nokia. NVIDIA.
SMCX. SMCI.
NVIDIA's going vertical here. NVIDIA's going. There goes NVIDIA. Yeah, it feels like a shakeout. Felt like last week was a shakeout. Okay, NVIDIA's going. When it does blow. Okay, what's Intel doing? Intel, I haven't looked at Intel. Intel trying to go some more. All right, you can do that. You can do it. As Rob Snyder would say, you can do it. Love Rob Snyder. He's got a matter of fact kind of humor. Things he thinks about. All right, so we hit the highs again there. It just feels like we're over our skis right now. But, you know, we keep moving, so what can we do? Oh, my son's home from school already? Let me go check what's going on here. I'll be right back.
SMCI. DGXX. GBH halted down. DGXX.
GDC. GDC.
DGXX.
All right, what a day. What a freaking day. NVIDIA at the high. All right, starting to see a little profit taking. Okay. Okay, tonight we've got IONQ earnings, among others. All right. IONQ. Let's see, what are they looking for? IONQ, they're looking for more than 10%. Most of these are more than 10%. Zillow, App 11, ARM Holdings tonight. ARM Holdings. I wonder if ARM is going to be a blowout like AMD. That would be freaking awesome. ARM Holdings. All right, I have June and July, June and January's. I took the Junes off this morning. I'll keep the Januaries on. ARM Holdings. What do I want to do with ARM? Almost thinking to take Iron Condor, but I don't know about that. Let's see, ARM. Let's see, ARM. Is ARM on here? I don't see ARM. Let me just add ARM here. ARM. Okay, that's pretty expensive. Risk reversal is almost 100%. Okay, ARM. Selling call spreads. Let's see what they got priced in. ARM Holdings. I just want to see what the deltas are here for earnings. Okay, so the closest is May the 8th. ARM Holdings. So 270 is a what? 270 is a 25 delta. Wow. So it's possible that we could get all the way up to 270. I got the 270, 280 call spread for January. I had the Junes. I took them off this morning. Got earnings tonight on ARM. AMD was a nice little surprise. Apache. All right, out of Apache. Apple's hanging out. Adobe's bouncing. Apparently Adobe is a bounce. Adobe bouncing. Okay, so Adobe's trying to change trend. All right, looking for this to push higher into tomorrow and Friday. Broadcom. Google turning back up. Tesla. Okay, what's Oracle doing? Oracle, ooh, getting closer and closer to that 195 strike. Okay, tomorrow, more than likely, we're going to be at 195, maybe 197 on Oracle. Okay, so you know what I'm thinking on Oracle. I talked about it a couple of times now today alone. Oracle. Okay, so we're looking for this phase 2 to get underway. We got it this week in spades. We cleared this pivot. This is Oracle. We cleared this pivot at 189.18 today. The 200-day is the most logical area for the next pivot. We got this little level over here, 287, it looks like. 207, rather, 207. 207 pivot. Maybe it slows a little bit there, and then the 200-day is right there. So we'll probably hit that 200-day. That's where we'll roll. Actually, I got the 195, so I have to roll before then. So tomorrow I'll probably take some profits and roll out to 200, 220, something like that, 200, 220 call spreads. And that'll be February because I have January's now. So looks good. Okay, there goes Intel's turning back up. Intel's on the move. Watch Intel here. Okay, here goes Intel. NVIDIA's at the high today. Intel's on the move. Okay, starting to move here. Intel. Here's Intel. Intel.
GBH may rise in 10 seconds.
Okay, can we get going here, Intel? I just stopped right there at a previous pivot. No follow through on Palantir. Futures just off the highs. We've got a pretty decent day under our belt. Wouldn't press our luck anymore. Got 309 stocks. It's pretty much been the case all day. 309, 310 stocks advancing on the S&P 500, 60 out of 100 on the Qs, and about 1,000, 1,100 on the IWM. I exited the 285s this morning early. I had the 285 call for June. Looks like this is going to keep leading. We broke out above the recent highs, 280 from Friday, and started running yesterday. Popped today, took profits. I'm just talking myself through this trade. Maybe I'll do I don't know. It's hard to say. Hard to say what's going to happen here. IWM. markets feel almost too complacent. Just about anything you buy works as long as you're buying dips. I do want to take some profits off the table. Meta. Okay, Meta's going some here. Meta off the. Okay, we got a outside day finally on Meta. Meta outside day bullish engulfing. Meta outside day bullish engulfing for what it's worth today. That's pretty funny. BlackBerry.
GBH may resume in less than a minute. EMAX. SMCI. SMCX.
STFS.
GBH may rise in 10 seconds.
STFS.
Okay, S&P futures. Wow, the bears just can't catch a break. These dips keep getting bought as we would expect to happen. We expect dips to get bought because we're all positive gamma in here. Okay, so we're up against these levels. Here we go, back up to the highs. S&P. This is a wonderful day. Wonderful day. You don't get many days like this. 73.60. We're about to tag it. 73.60. S&P about to tag the high. S&P 73.60. About to tag it. S&P. Look at this market. We're going to go to 7,400 futures. Futures 7,400. $73.84. $73.84. I'll go with the 304. 304. All right, let's see what they're talking about on. What the hell was that? Oh, that was me. Okay. SMCI.
As we started this year, to refresh everybody's memory, you thought we were going to have a really good start to the year. We would drift into a bear market
Tom Lee.
before another upswing would take us even higher into the end of the year. Now, when the war broke out and we had about 10% or so pullback in the S&P, I thought, well, maybe that's Tom's moment. He couldn't get the timing right, because who can? But that was the pullback, and now we're so pulled up on AI that maybe we're going to do just fine for the rest of the year. But you're still looking for a drawdown of 15 to 20%. Is that right?
I am, Scott. I think that 7,300 originally was like an aspirational level, and now that we're here, I think that there still is fuel for a move higher from here. But we do have to confront later this year two things, and maybe it won't.
S&P is about to make another new high intraday.
One is, of course, the market will test a new Fed, and this incoming Fed chair has some different theories on the sources of inflation and how to read inflation, and so the market, I believe, will put those views to the test. And of course, the second is that every day that the Strait is closed, we know that there's an acute shortage developing of petroleum products. So if price reacts later this year, that's going to test the market. So I do think there's the ingredients for turbulence later, but AI and the scarcity, and the U.S. is the provider of that scarcity, is why I think we can exit 77 or higher, and maybe 2027 is one of the biggest rallies we see in our lifetime. So I think it's still a bullish outlook, but turbulence in the middle.
So when people look at some of these moves that we're seeing in the market, you don't take much pause from that. You look at the PEs, as you just said, seem reasonably cheap still to you, right? The expansion in multiples is actually, they're going the other way. They're compressing in some respects for some stocks because the earnings expectations are increasing a lot. Is that what gives you comfort in looking at some of the price action of the names that we're alluding to?
Yeah, that's right, Scott. I mean, in Q1 already, the magnitude of the beat is almost 20 percentage points, which to me is something you almost would expect to see it in an emerging market. It's happening in the U.S. I also think, especially in my conversations with allocators and family offices, that for the most of the last 5 years, high net worth, family offices, pensions have been allocated to alternatives and a decreasing share to the public market. But as you're pointing out,
All right, there goes Tesla back up.
The AI story is playing out very much in public stocks, and especially memory and hardware related. And so I think that's a source of incoming flows over the next 24 months.
No, I mean, they don't seem to be slowing. Record week for equity inflows, so there are a lot of believers, Tom, as we said. I appreciate your time as always. It's Tom Lee joining us once again.
Okay, Tesla turning back up. Tesla looks like it wants to go one more time. Tesla's about to go again. All right, Tesla just been stair-stepping upward today.
There are a lot of believers, to your point, and the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index is up 52% since the March 30th low. Its best 26-day stretch since March of 2000. That's the height of the dot-com. Performed the S&P 500 by its widest margin since, yeah, you guessed it, March 2000. And really what makes this rally stand out is the breadth. Nearly every component of the semiconductor index has beaten the S&P 500 this year as of yesterday's close. All but one, that one laggard, NVIDIA. The poster child of the AI bull market is really just sitting this rally out, up roughly about 10% year to date, while the rest of the chip complex doubles around it. There isn't a day that goes by where someone, maybe on CNBC, doesn't call it a slam dunk below market multiple, dominant position, but maybe as Bespoke Research pointed out, when a trade looks that obvious, history suggests it usually isn't that simple. Meanwhile, the rest of the supply chain is moving without it. Memory names surging on tighter supply. AMD AMD jumping over 15% today after doubling its CPU market forecast. And NVIDIA itself, too, committing billions to partners like Coherent, Lumentum, and now today Corning. The spending is definitely real. But the SMH, popular chip ETF, is on pace for its 17th straight day in overbought territory, the longest streak since 2012. Can this last? Tom Lee seems to think 2027 is definitely there.
Netflix turning back down.
Always the question. In anything, a run in
Tesla.
championships, how long can this last? A run in the
Tesla.
like we're seeing, which has been historic in the chip space. How long can it last? Can't answer that question today until we find out that it doesn't last. Christina, thank you very much. Christina Pretzenopoulos. Now to our panel, BNY's Alicia Levine and Hugh
Tesla's trying to go here. We just made a new high. S&P. S&P just made a new high. S&P 500. They're exhausting me. New highs.
This year. So, 5 or 6 companies are funding 1/3 to 40%.
All right, Microsoft's starting to turn a little higher low printing here. Maybe we'll get a higher high. Tesla's playing coy.
Earnings are now expected to be up 21% this year, as Tom Lee said, not coming out of any kind of recession or any, we had a double-digit earnings year last year as well. This is actually extraordinary. So it's fundamentally sound that the market is doing this. The question is, of course, if the
S&P pushing higher. Okay, Microsoft's starting to catch a bid. Watch Microsoft here. Microsoft catching a bid right here. Higher low. Apple. Back up to the highs. Apple. Pull back that little breakout zone. Palantir, no follow through Palantir. ARM Holdings.
So you have a fundamentally sound basis. We know when you get these kinds of excitements, industrial revolutions, there's going to be overinvestment. This is not the time we see the overinvestment, but it will come at some point. So whether we consolidate here or not, I tend to think there's probably going to be some bond market action.
AMD, that was yesterday. ARM, IONQ.
But ultimately, price targets will be moved higher for the S&P. We see the market moving much higher.
So Brian, I mean,
AMD.
I guess we could say maybe that the price action
Intel back to the highs. ARM.
Not much else seems to.
ARM.
This is a fundamentally driven story on the back of incredibly strong earnings. Now, excessive price action can always run its course and then have ramifications on the other side, but it doesn't appear as though this is going to be undone by the lack of fundamentals or corporate earnings, which are, at the end of the day, the basis for which we value stocks.
Right. We have not seen this type of earnings follow through in terms of all the sectors, but really from a wherewithal of earnings growth for years and years. It is more like 1999. 97 was a snapback from the 96 sell-off. 98 really was a recovery from the debt crisis. And 99 really kind of teed up the overspending and the oversimplification of valuation of stocks. This has always been an earnings-driven market. This year, I think the earnings are going to continue to be rewarded. The guidance has been squishy for some companies, but then all of a sudden, some of the squishier guidance has provided an opportunity to buy some of these longer-term secular ideas like Netflix or like a Shopify. And so at the end of the day, we still think earnings drive stocks. Stocks lead earnings, lead the economy. And that's why the economy.
Okay, Apple turning back up. IONQ. A little dip there. IONQ.
Driving people back into the public markets. That's really, really key. And that's, oh, by the way, why we remain very bullish on mid-cap companies are really the essence of these private equity, private credit companies. So we think there's a lot more to go in terms of this volume coming out of private equity and credit and into the public market.
You think, Alicia, that people are conflating these two periods, thinking that they're looking at price action alone and suggesting, well, this has to be another 99 because that's the nearest analog that we have where prices for technology companies went straight up in terms of
Apple's still turning back up. Apple looks good.
Just reach for the analogy because we had 5 years in a row of double-digit earnings, double-digit returns.
Look at these futures. Futures are crazy.
Are different. They're just different companies. In addition, the funding is coming from the companies itself. It's less debt funded. It's coming from equity, and that's just a stronger foundation. Now, sell-offs happen. We know
for any reason at any time.
For any reason at any time, and even in double-digit years, the S&P can sell off 12%, and that's normal. So we would expect perhaps we get that further on. Timing's impossible. But making the analogy is just wrong because you miss the market and you say, well, now it's 99, it's March of 2000, I'm not going to be in it to play.
Brian, the oxygen is all obviously being sucked out of the room by tech, but what's the best story outside of that sector that you think people are focused on enough?
Industrials. That's an easy one because you think about the strong moves in Uber, but then you also see nearly the essence of the economy with respect to the airlines and some of the defense contractors. The waste management companies, the waste management numbers have been amazing. We do think the Caterpillars, Deere's, Parker Hansen's, Illinois Toolworks, in terms of the AI actually spend in those names too. So we think actually industrials are a place that really benefits from this move into earnings. And of course, you're going to give me crap, but I think financials as well. that has clearly needed time in the sun. We've forgotten that we're going to see deregulation, and we think we're going to see massive consolidation in financials, and we'll also win in this move back into the public markets.
I'd be disappointed if you didn't say that. Quickly, Alicia, how would you answer the same question? Best area outside of technology, not focused on enough by investors is what?
Okay, it looks like ARM wants to keep going here.
So we've liked industrials for a while now. We still like large cap banks. That 2 years coming down, the yield curve's going to steepen again. It's going to get the financial trade going again. But the industrials are just getting started. The earnings power is enormous.
All right, we'll leave it there. Alicia, thanks. Brian, we'll see you soon as well. Thanks to you both. All right, now to some big stock stories we're watching today, and there are
ARM.
Disney. That's certainly a big one. Brandon Gomez here with what is driving that action on the back of these earnings, Brandon.
Hey, Scott. Yeah, shares remain higher after reporting earnings for the first time under new CEO Josh D'Amaro. A top bottom line beat with all three divisions' experiences, which includes parks, entertainment, and sports, topping expectations on both revenue and operating income. The company raised its full-year guidance to 12% EPS growth. The new CEO, Josh D'Amaro, set his strategic...
Okay, looks like ARM is starting to move here. ARM starting to break out.
Content is the engine to all parts of the business. Building a connected experience for subscribers and fans with Disney Plus at the center and embracing technology to drive growth. Now, D'Amaro also explaining how he sees the opportunity to build out Disney Plus to unify all the ways consumers touch Disney's brands. Even mentioned, Scott, how he wants Disney to remain a leader in the use of AI technology. Shares, you can see, up about 7.5% as we head towards the close.
AMD. All right, looking for that to catch a bid. AMD. Palantir still farting around down here. Apple. Apple doing well. Tesla. Microsoft starting to move here. Watch Microsoft. Okay, with 41 minutes to go, Microsoft's on the move. Okay, starting to come off the low. Microsoft. Okay, let's go look at Microsoft here. Microsoft through the lens of the 3-minute chart. Okay, Microsoft. Microsoft going now. About to bust a move. Microsoft about to bust a move. Okay, looks good. Microsoft.
Thank you, Mackenzie Sigals. Now, Seema Modi for a look at some of the other names moving into this. What looks to be another record-setting close. Seema.
Yeah, Scott, let's start with shares of CVS Health up about 7.5% at this hour after beating revenue estimates across all of its segments, including sales growth on nearly 3% at existing pharmacies. Its medical benefit ratio, or the amount that insurers spend on clinical services, also came in lower than estimates, a major focus for Wall Street. Stock up about 8% now. Let's pivot though to Twilio, kicking off its investor day today and revealing a new platform capabilities that helps AI agents work more effectively together. The CEO telling CNBC that it counts both Anthropic and OpenAI as existing customers. Shares are down slightly today, but up about 50% over the last 1 month, really outperforming the broader software sector given its growing role in communication infrastructure, Scott.
All right, team, I appreciate that. I want to show our viewers as well. Nice even number again on the Dow, 50,000. Just hit it again. There you go, 50,003 with that 700-point gain today. We're only 1% off of an all-time high for the Dow, which was 50,512 and change, and that was back in the earliest part of February. So whereas the S&P and the NASDAQ hit new intraday highs today and are surely on pace because anything positive today will be new record closes, the Dow is elbowing its way into the conversation once again as well. We're just getting started. Coming up next, First Sparks, Rick Heitzman, he's back at Post 9. We'll get his take on the race to go public, Anthropic versus OpenAI versus SpaceX, and then everything else. We're live at the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
Easy. EMAS.
Portfolio and sticking with it, looking at something like the $3 billion in the first quarter and $3 billion in April in inflows in the face of such volatility really starts to show us that it's sitting at that core of the portfolio.
And we're also seeing
Microsoft,
huge growth in options-based ETFs that are tied to the Nasdaq 100.
Tesla.
I'd love to get your thoughts on what's driving that. I had a guest on the other day on Trading 360 who said the income is back in fixed income, and they are starting to see a lot of movement, not just in the ETFs, but also these options-based ETFs. And so is what's driving that?
Nasdaq 100 link strategies.
All right, Netflix turning back up. All right, all these catching a bid now. ARM Holdings pushing higher.
And what we see is that because the Nasdaq 100 inherently has a higher volatility than some of the other U.S. equity indexes that these products are linked to, that will get you a higher premium and therefore higher income.
Apple at the high.
Are privy to that, and so you are seeing a preference for those types of strategies with the Nasdaq 100, and we're seeing significant falls. We've talked about it a ton.
Futures at the, geez, futures just keep going here.
And in fact, it has $12 billion in 2 years, and others certainly continue to keep on pace. But investors have
Microsoft. Let's see. Tesla's at the highs, just off the highs. Tesla.
are still very risk averse, given what we're seeing as a backdrop, particularly in March. Yes, there was a reversal in April, but there's still a lot of uncertainty going on in the markets. What's interesting is I think the way that they're looking at these strategies is a way to capture some upside of markets, but also clip a very nice coupon. And so they've been able to make their way, in some cases, into the cores and portfolios as well as a way to get that equity exposure while also getting a nice stream of income.
And we always talk about themes too whenever you're here, and crypto is often one in a lot of these hype trades and these, you know, the top narrative theme, the story-driven theme. Are we still seeing that type of investment styles leading the way, or are we moving back to fundamentals?
I think it's the latter. So it used to be thematics as the story, right? I believe in the story. I'm going to invest in the story. I think investors, all types of investors, institutions, advisors, retail, they are looking more at
What's the metals doing? USAR. Okay, that's pushing a bit up. USAR. CRML. Okay, USAR looks good.
For example, it's the First Trust NASDAQ Clean Edge Smart Grid Infrastructure
USAR. USAR. Okay, that's looking better. Warmer.
This was somehow the first interview I've done, and I couldn't even quantify how long we didn't say AI. So next time we'll talk about AI. But Jillian, it has been great to have you with us. Thank you for bringing the trend for us to take a look at in the ETF space. Always appreciate it. Jillian Delsignor from NASDAQ Indexes, and I'll send it over to Stan New York.
Thanks, Molly. Well, coming up next, we will take the pulse of earnings season, where the economy could be headed, if the Iran war ends, and what areas of the market can still be opportunities with stocks at record highs. That's coming up next on Market on Close.
NVIDIA trying to go some more. NVIDIA, Microsoft, NVIDIA. Trying to push a bit more. Need to get about 216. We got a ways to go. Once this thing does break out, I start adding to position more. QID. Oracle. All right, NVIDIA is trying to go again. NVIDIA, there goes Broadcom. NVIDIA, looking for a follow through. Okay, here we go, NVIDIA. Go, NVIDIA. All right, so ARM Holdings. Pushing higher, ARM Holdings.
Watch now, only on SchwabNetwork.com.
Sometimes you know you could have done that. Same goes for where you invest.
Bitcoin, approaching 200-day Bitcoin. A little bit more selling from the high of the day than Monday or Tuesday. NVIDIA trying to push a bit higher. All right, so we're stalling at the high, and we've made a hell of a run today in the S&P, so that's crazy. That's a crazy move. Still going. NVIDIA looks like it wants to go some more. Okay, future's going to go again. Jeez. They just keep driving it. Wow. Very impressive day today.
It's a good time to go public. It might not be perfect given all these enormous, cruise liners in the water, but our little company should be able to make it.
So let's take SpaceX out of the conversation. It's in some respects unique.
Okay, there goes Apple. Apple's about to go again. Apple looks showing potential.
Conversations that we have been having on this program, whether it's from venture, just everyday investors, people who watch this for a living, have made the kind of comments that suggest that
Pop in today.
leaped over OpenAI in terms of sentiment, in terms of where they're going, because of that enterprise angle that they lean so heavily on, and maybe separated and differentiated themselves because of. Do you agree with that?
100%. So even if you look at those secondary markets, for the first time in the last couple of weeks, Anthropic is trading close to $1 trillion of enterprise value, which is about a 30% premium to OpenAI.
Nvidia looks like it wants to go. These chips are just on fire. Thanks to recent reports, AMD in particular. Wow. Just wow.
Consumer space. So they have multiple revenue streams. All of them seem to be hitting billions of dollars of incremental revenue every month. And I think that's a $1 trillion IPO this year.
Well, the revenue growth has been nothing less than astounding.
We've never seen anything like it.
Well, all right. Means we continue to have these conversations. Rick, thanks.
Thank you.
That's Rick Heitzman. Back here at Post 9. Still ahead, Goldman Sachs' Robert Kaplan. He is the former Dallas Fed president. He'll be right here at Post 9. What the Fed's going to do coming up next.
Okay. Okay, Tesla, a little profit taking there. AMD looking for a follow through over the next, really the next 6 months. Short term, maybe it bases up here at the highs, but AMD, the comments from Lisa Su suggest much higher prices. Short term, could consolidate more. ARM holdings at the high. I got a feeling ARM is going to blow it out like AMD.
FCF may resume in less than a minute.
Love to see Palantir get its act together the next week or so. Probably going to base down here. Rio Tinto. Tesla profit taking. All right, looks like we're going to see some profit taking. We've got about 27 minutes to go, 26 minutes, 30 seconds to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, May the 6th. We got ARM holdings tonight, IONQ, and a few others. Be nice to carry on with what we've been seeing in the chip stocks all the way through to NVIDIA earnings next 2 weeks from now. AMD was really welcome. The markets are at all-time highs, just a little bit below the high now. Just shaking my head here. I was like, this has been a great day. So, great day.
PMAX.
The analysis was effectively an undervalued asset who was looking to expand into private markets, and we started discussing that with them. And effectively, part of the theme, the investment theme was that there was a shareholder situation that might lead, to potential, M&A. That's exactly.
Okay, Freeport McMoran. So these might get a bid too. The metal stocks, Rio Tinto, coming out of this squeeze. Rio Tinto, Vale, VALE, Vale. Bouncing, Freeport McMoran, bouncing back up to the 50-day. Tech Resources, TECK, all of these probably get something going. Tech breaking out too. Newmont Mining, looking good. CPER, the copper. CPER, copper, gapping up. Okay, what else? BHP, breaking out. All of those look good. Yeah, so all of these, USAR, of course, higher, CRML, MP, all of these breaking higher. So that's good. Due to the Iran conflict seeming to come to an end. We'll see.
OMEG halted down. OKLL. GBH halted to the upside.
GTC.
Netflix just made another attempt to break to the upside. Netflix at 88. It's been disappointing. That's got to build an uptrend. Still fading. Hate to say it, but there's a potential for it to head down towards the 70s. Didn't base at the 50-day like we wanted it to.
It started 3-4 years ago, the market is getting hugely organized, and with what happened the past few weeks, and even if the institutional market has been, a strong buyer during this period, naturally the market evolved that the primary market became, so big. Whatever brings liquidity to a meaningful strategy,
Okay, we're about to take out the high of the day. S&P is about to take out the high of the day. Jeez, this is incredible strength.
We do have some earnings coming up after the bell, less than 30 minutes away. Warner Brothers Discovery is one of them. You can see not too much action in shares. Have to imagine that's going to change a little bit later on. You also have Snap and Zillow.
New highs for stocks again today as investors keep betting the economy will stay strong and earnings will continue to crush expectations. The looming jobs report in a couple of days will give investors more clues about where things are heading from here. Here at Post 9 is the former Dallas Fed president, Robert Kaplan, now Goldman Sachs' vice chairman. Welcome back. Are we going to get more evidence of what we've been calling this low hire, low fire economy, you think, on Friday?
I would guess so, yes. I think I'm not expecting a surprise. It'll be okay, not great, but along the lines of what we've been experiencing.
Is that where we just go from here? We just middle along for the foreseeable future, or what?
Well, we've got some good tailwinds right now. You've got the tax stimulus, tax on ticks, and tax on overtime, accelerated depreciation. You've got the $700 billion infrastructure bill for AI, very stimulative, and you got regulatory reform. And so I think there's a bid for labor, I think we'll be.
All right, we're about to make a new high right here with 20 minutes to go. Wow. Now all we need is for Bitcoin to start to rally off the low right here. There goes Netflix. Netflix is on the move. Okay, here goes Netflix.
I think we're also starting to believe, and I'm talking to companies about this, certain processes.
Okay, I don't know what happened there. Netflix trying to turn up now. Netflix. Kind of ugly chart for now. Needs a few days of bullish activity. Crazy strength.
Well, that's two different conversations in some respects. I mean, it's the projection of an.
Can almost guarantee tomorrow's not going to be like today, unless tomorrow, unless we get a blowout on ARM.
As a multiple of corporate profits, you're painting a fairly bullish picture for the outlook there.
I think you're going to see a positive divergence. Corporate earnings are going to strengthen, even if GDP growth is somewhat sluggish. And the other thing you're going to see, and I'm hearing this already, it is easier to start a new business. Now, there are businesses that are in between that feel they don't have enough size and scale, but it will be easier to start a new business with fewer employees.
Because of AI?
Yes. Yes. You will be able to do that. We're already hearing evidence of that.
Let me ask you, because as we say, and we always do, that you're the former Dallas Fed president, so I want to get your opinion on. You knew this was going to obviously ask anyway. Chair Powell's decision to stay.
IONQ.
I don't think he wants to stay any longer than he has to.
IONQ.
He needs a little more evidence and reassurance that this case against him is dead. And so I would expect his stay there to be on the short side. This could be helped if there's more clarification that the case is dead. The administration wants to be able to nominate someone and get someone in that seat. So there's also time pressure on them too.
How would you respond to those who say, even if it's for a short period of time, that in and of itself, by sticking around after his term ends, he's making this, to at least some degree, political when he's pledged to do anything but? How would you respond? Because I could tell you, on the day of the Fed meeting, when I posted on social media, well, that was a really interesting meeting for both the decision and the chair's own move. You should have seen the comments. And there were a lot of them who say he's making this political.
It is and will be controversial, and I think he's aware of that. He said he's going to keep a low profile. I think he means it, but I think it's going to be somewhat awkward, and I would guess he's going to try to minimize his time.
You optimistic about the Warsh term?
I am optimistic about the Warsh term. I think the things, though, he's going to speed regulatory reform and tailoring for small banks, as has been well advertised, to work closely with Besson. The thing it'll be more challenging is obviously we need some clarity on what's going on now, and he knows that. And so I think we're going to be kicking the can for a number of meetings on the Fed funds rate.
Okay, looks good.
I hope we do continue that soon. Robert, thanks. Good to see you. Robert Kaplan back here at Post 9. Coming up next, we're tracking the biggest movers into this record today.
Feels like we'll be okay. Feels like we'll be okay, at least until NVIDIA reports in 2 weeks. Bullish bias. Not straight up. Okay. All right, that looks good. Choo.
XNTU.
IO and Q. Okay. Tram. Tesla. USAR.
ONEG may resume in less than a minute. XNTU. IRE.
All right. So we've got 15 minutes, 14 minutes, 10 seconds, 14 minutes, 10 seconds to go. Okay.
TMC.
About to make a new high here. S&P cash looks like it wants to make a new high. Futures make a hot new high
ONEG may rest in 10 seconds.
or not.
XNTU. TMC. XNTU. TMC.
Okay, here we go. Netflix is pushing a bit more now. S&P looks like it wants to go too.
XNTU. APLX.
Okay, we're just hanging at the highs right now. Can we get anything to pop? Apple is starting to see some profit taking. Microsoft tried a couple of times. They'll follow through maybe tomorrow.
XNTU.
All right, so we're starting to fade now. S&P starting to show signs of a fade. We've come a long way. So I would take some profits and call it a day. We've got 10 minutes to go. ARM is pulling back in a little bit.
TMC.
Okay. Wow. Holy shizzle. Look at that move. Uh-oh. Something's up. Something's up. We just spiked. S&P. Something is up. Okay, there goes the S&P 500. Holy freaking. Oh. Boom, boom. Netflix. Holy smokes. Look at this. Oh, tell me it ain't so. Look at this. Oh, man. Into the close. Look at this move. Nice spike. Wow. So you can see that red there, Mondo. See the red? Fast move. Fast move. Red.
For sure, Scott. I think under other circumstances and maybe a more
Let's see. S&P. Nice little spike.
in the Gulf with oil down, yields down, and it might have been one of those rotation days. You go out of the AI trade, which has carried you so far, and rotate into stuff that had really lagged. Some of that's going on, but semis just won't quit, and so therefore the overall markets have a more aggressive move to the upside. Semis, even on a day like today, probably half the upside of the S&P is one way or another the chip trade, because you got the AMD news, you got the NVIDIA Corning news, and so it feels as if it's penalizing anybody who thinks that this wild move is getting overdone. That said, 2% gain in consumer cyclicals, that's some relief there in a very tough group recently. So it's hard to quibble with it. It's not super comprehensive across the board. It's 2 stocks up, 1 stock down type of action. But obviously, records themselves for indexes is not a bearish thing.
Do you ask the bubble question in overtime? How do you tackle it from here with Mel?
I think you have that question hovering out there, and specifically when it comes to semis, right? Because that's where really the localized extremes are in terms of momentum on top of momentum. As I said before,
there goes Netflix. Okay, Google turning up. There goes Broadcom. Shorts covering. There goes Microsoft. Microsoft now.
Yeah, just get out of the way of it and marvel at it. Mike, we'll see you at the top of the hour. Thank you. It's Mike Santoli. Speaking
Google.
of Oliver, give me more ARM.
Okay, a Broadcom. Apple turning.
Since its February earnings, and options traders think that strength will likely continue after tonight's report. Now, keep in mind, the stock prior to that last earnings went nowhere for the better part of 2 years. Today, traders are betting those gold days are over. Options right now are pricing in an almost 12% move for ARM tonight, about double what the stock has typically done after earnings, and a figure that's gone up the longer this day has gone on. In fact, one trade in ARM this morning highlights how options traders are making money in short-term trades in this market right now. The biggest trade in ARM happened moments after the opening bell, when someone spent $2 million buying the 222.5 strike calls expiring.
Lord have mercy. Look at this market.
Trading. But now, as the markets continue to rally and ARM is $10 higher, that trade is worth about an extra cool $1 million more.
All right. Sign of the times in the chip space. Oliver, thank you. At SIBO, Oliver Rennick. Contessa said you broke some news. Tell our viewers.
Scott, we're watching Flutter stock. It's down about 5% since we broke the news that FanDuel CEO Amy Howe has been ousted from the company that she has led for 5 years. FanDuel president Christian Janetsky will assume leadership, I'm told, though not the title of CEO.
Oracle, Intel. Okay, Intel. All right, ARM Holdings turning back up. ARM, Intel. Intel's going here. Intel's lifting. Okay, Intel's lifting.
Sports gambling, a recent foray into predictions markets. But of course, the rise of predictions has also increased investment.
There goes Intel. New high today. New high today soon for Intel.
We are waiting for Flutter earnings.
Everything, really.
After the bell, likely, I'm expecting on the call, the real focus will be on the change of leadership because Amy Howe really put her stamp on this industry and threw down the gauntlet in many ways.
Okay, we'll see what happens, and good reporting on your part today, too. That's Contessa Brewer. Brandon, tell us about McDonald's reporting before the bell tomorrow.
Hey, Scott. Yeah, really a test of how much value can still drive the consumer. The street expecting $2.74 a share on $6.46 billion. Focus on the company's three-point strategy: value, marketing, and menu. And whether it's driving traffic, promotions like McValue and extra value meals in focus, along with the menu innovation and digital loyalty. But there are some headwinds, whether in the U.S. and Europe.
Google, nice move there. I keep wanting to get into Google. I keep missing. I got this thing about Google, I guess. Apple backup. NVIDIA's trying to go here.
Patient capital for Samantha. The market's been anything but patient in this rally. It just keeps ripping higher.
Yeah, it's great.
Where does it keep going, or what?
We think so. It's a secular bull market. I think people have been talking about this. Are we in a bubble? Has it gone too far? Scott, for over a year now. So I think that's kept a lid on valuations, and we've mostly just seen the moves track the earnings. Actually, the valuation of the market's down from where we started the year, and the earnings growth has accelerated. So I think that those are good conditions.
So you scoff at comparisons in some parts of the market between today and 99. I mean, how do you address what's happened, for example, in the chip space?
I think the conditions are very different. Now, I think we could end up in a 1999 situation.
Oh, man, that's crazy. Nice move there.
The depths of the bear market after that, we didn't reach, those levels again. So then we had excess capacity, build it, and they will come. And then everyone was, by 99 and early 2000, piled into a very narrow part of the market, and valuations were extremely extended. We have none of those situations. We have shortages. Valuations are at, half the levels or lower that they were of the tech sector, in 99. And, people are still underweight these mega caps. So I think the conditions are very different.
I mean, we are narrow in a sense that, the magnitude of the incredible earnings growth is coming from a narrow part of this market. No, that being tech, obviously.
Yes, tech has led this market. Earnings in tech are 45% year over year. That's astounding. This is a tech-led market. I just think, so far the valuations and the sentiment are tracking along with the fundamentals, not ahead of them, and that's what you need to get true bubble conditions.
What's your favorite part of the market right now without saying tech?
Well, we always like the beat-up parts of the market that have been left behind. And so we still like some healthcare names. Those names have started to recover. But we like Royalty Pharma and Precigen. Payments companies have been hit very hard. We're finding, a number of attractive opportunities there. We do still like some of the tech names. So, we're stock pickers. So we look across the market and try to find areas where people aren't paying attention.
Why do you think pharma's underperformed the way it has? Healthcare, I think, is still negative on the year.
Well, I think overall, last year healthcare hit a 50-year relative low, and healthcare innovation has been harder. There's been concerns about, government pressures. I think you have to pick your spots. The insurance names, we have massive cost inflation, so that's been a headwind. But we think that this is a great environment where there are selective opportunities in some of those things.
Okay, we got 30 seconds to go. 30 seconds.
Other ideas that people are talking about. Robert Kaplan, the former Dallas Fed president, who was just here, I'm asking him about the Fed at a time when the market just...
There goes Broadcom. Okay. NVIDIA, nice little pop on NVIDIA.
Well, we always keep an eye on it. It looks like the market's pricing in rates to remain about flat this year. I think that's okay with the kind of
Looking good.
and job situation of the state. If that changes and
All right. That's a wrap. Okay, I got some things I got to do today, so I'm going to run. Have a good evening, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com on this Wednesday, May the 6th. Straight up 4 o'clock, closing bell. Have a good one. We'll see you tomorrow. Good luck on IONQ and ARM earnings. We'll see you in the AM. Ciao.